I'll convene the November 11, 2025 Special Magistrate Proceedings for the City of Daytona Beach. At the outset, I have reviewed and approved the minutes of our October 14, 2025 meeting. All right. Will those representatives for the City of Daytona Beach who will be testifying at this morning's proceedings please stand and be sworn?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right. And Madam Secretary, do we have any announcements before we get started?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, give me a second. Fingers are cold. Starting on page number 3, case number 7, SMG 11-25-212 at 100 South Ridgewood Avenue. Compliance 11/6/2025. Page number 4, case number 11, SMG 11-25-218 at 528 Elm Street parcel. Compliance 11/25/2025. Page number 5, case number 13, SMG 11-25-220 at Ellsworth Street parcel. Compliance 11/6/2025. Case number 18 on page 6 is going to be appearing via Zoom. I believe that may be it. Nope. Page number 10, case number 33, SMG 10-25-187 at 820 Main Street. Parcel. Compliance 11/6/2025. And that would be it.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a case or two out of order here. All right. We're going to start with case number 22. Vishnu Limited and MAA Shantoshi at 1000 North Atlantic Avenue. Yes, ma'am. If you would please state your name.
Alana Smith with Cogpole Law Firm, One Daytona Boulevard.
All right. This matter is here for the imposition of a fine, so let's hear from our inspector.
Since last hearing, they continue to make progress and work under permit. I would like to ask to amend the the February cutoff to allow the work to be complete.
Unfortunately, I don't know when the February cutoff is. You know,
It
the 27th?
Yes, the 5th,
I'm sorry.
the February 5th looks like the
February
cutoff.
5th. All right. Council, are you in agreement?
Yep, that works for us. We should be open by then.
Okay. And in accordance with the stipulation of the parties, I will amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent till February 5 to come into compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Now we'll go to case number 26. Somi 25 LLC. Okay. Is this not a case of Ms. Gouge?
Which one is it?
22 and 26.
36.
36.
I'm sorry. It's case
All right,
36.
I apologize. Let's go to case number 36.
Did I write that down wrong?
It's okay, no problem. No problem. Counselor, if you would identify
Yeah.
yourself once again, please.
Alana Smith with Cobb Cole Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard.
This matter, again, is here for the imposition of a fine, so let's hear from our, the case, by the way, is our ARIA International Realty LLC. What say our inspector?
Good morning, John Stinson, Code Inspector with the City of Provocation on file. I missed the swearing in, I was outside, but
All right,
You swear from the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We have been in discussion with the property owners with this case, and we'd like to amend this to the January cutoff. There is quite a bit of work that needs to be done.
you guys are gonna keep doing this to me. What's the January cutoff?
January 8th, Your Honor.
What say counsel?
Yeah, that works for us. We just got a structural report done showing that the front of the building can actually be preserved, so we're working on kind of the plan for rehabilitation. Sorry. So we'll have a better idea in January.
All right, based upon the stipulation of counsel, I will amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until January 8th to come into compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter.
Your Honor, I apologize. I gave you the wrong date for 2025. The 2026 cutoff, I think, is January 7th. I apologize.
Yeah, I think she's talking about this one. Okay. Did I do what I needed to do?
Yes, sir.
We're done.
Yeah, what is the correct date for the
January,
cutoff?
what did I just say? January 8th, I believe,
7.
26.
I'm getting confused. Okay, so the 8th.
2026.
Okay. And then what is the hearing date for January? Do you guys happen to know?
January 14th.
Okay, thank
Oh, no.
you.
Wait a minute. January 14th, yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Lord, now I'm looking at the wrong one.
That's it. We're good.
January 13th.
January 13th? Okay.
All right, now let's go to lien review number 1.
Did you take it? Did you take it? Oh, okay, that's fine.
I have 2 26s and 3 26s. Just lucky.
Steal one back. Thank you.
On your mic.
Yes. Okay. We're getting off to a bit of a rough start here.
Is this lien review one?
Okay, lien review 1, Trust Line Trucking LLC at 29 South Grandview. Is that you?
Excuse me.
If you would please state your name and be sworn.
Shukrat Kasim of Trust Line Trucking.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Inspector, been told the parties have reached an agreement on this matter?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Staff is requesting to remove the lien on this property and vacate the findings of noncompliance due to a scrivener's error.
So we are erasing this thing in its entirety?
Yes, sir.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
I assume you're in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Based upon the stipulation of the parties, then I am ordering that the lien be canceled, the order imposing fine and lien be vacated, and that the finding of noncompliance be vacated as well. Does that cover everything?
Yes, sir.
Does that cover everything?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, now we will return to our regularly scheduled program. Case number 1,
Oh, wait.
maybe
Do that
not.
now?
One's not me.
Okay. All right. Well, we're fielding nothing but curveballs this morning. Miscellaneous
One of those
business.
days.
Hang on a second. All right, let's turn to miscellaneous business number. Is it number 1, 2, and 3, or am I taking them in order? Collectively?
There's separate cases.
They're separate cases, so we should probably handle them separately.
All right, miscellaneous business number 1, Daytona Universal Trucking Incorporated. All right. Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Mark Jones, Code Compliance Division. My credentials are on file. This case, the respondent was first notified on July 25th, 2025. This continues to be a nuisance property that is a serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. A fine had been ordered on October 14th, 2025. Staff is requesting an additional order to authorize abatement of the violations by the City of Daytona Beach.
Authorize abatement of the violations. What
Pursu-
does that mean?
I can jump in here. It's pursuant to Florida statutes 162.09, which reads that in addition, if the violation is a violation described in Florida statutes 162.064, which, and let me flip to there, read you that definition, which is if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature, or if, oh, hold on, let me start from the beginning. That if the violation or the condition causing the violation presents a serious threat to public health, safety, and welfare. And that's the definition that we're going with today. If a violation meets that definition, the Code Enforcement Board or Special Magistrate shall notify the local governing body which may make all reasonable repairs which are required to bring the property into compliance and charge the violator with the reasonable cost of the repairs, along with a fine imposed pursuant to this section. I believe that staff has tried to go through all appropriate methods to get compliance and have not been successful.
Why am I hearing this now? Why am I hearing this now instead of at the end of the meeting? Is there
Because
some urgency to this being heard right now and these folks waiting?
we could push it to the end. The reason we pushed it to the beginning is because we have the Volusia County tow case, which we anticipate will take over an hour.
Well, you have raised an issue here that, to me, is not black and white. Somewhere in your remarks, you said something about a circumstance that it sounded to me created a public risk or public hazard.
Yes, it's a
That
threat.
indicated or mandated some urgency. And I believe you referred to 16209.
Yes, 16209 is what we're referencing in regards to the authorizing abatement by the governing body, which is the City of Daytona Beach. This case This property has been heard 2 other times. We have these 3 properties that have been a nuisance and a blight to the neighborhood.
I also wanted to add that Florida Statute 162.08 subsection 5 says that the magistrate, well, the board and also the magistrate may issue orders having the force of law to command whatever steps are necessary to bring a violation into compliance.
All right, the gripe here is that our current orders have not been complied with, is that right?
That is correct, sir. We have 2 previous orders of non-compliance on this property.
So am I to understand we are in a repeat violation circumstance?
They've never brought the property into compliance. It's been a continuing issue of non-compliance and fines issued.
In addition, the respondent has been uncooperative and has not shown 2 hearings.
Yeah, we've had no communication with the property.
Where is the language you were quoting
Oh.
about a health hazard or something like that?
So I started at 162.09 in the middle of subsection 1.
But I believe you're referring to...
I know, but that references a different section of 162.064, which reads, subsection 4 of that says,
Okay.
if the code inspector has reason to believe a violation or the condition causing the violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. And then it gets into the irreparable and irreversible, but that's not what we're alleging this is.
All right, we can argue this at the end of the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so you know what's coming your way. 162.064 reads, if the code inspector, that's you, has reason to believe a violation or the condition causing the violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, or if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature, the code inspector shall make a reasonable effort to notify the violator and may immediately notify the enforcement board and request a hearing. That's where I'm seeing that provision. Just so you can chew on this, I don't know that a bunch of pallets, because I believe that's what we're talking about here,
Pallets and vehicles, yes.
jeopardizes the public health, safety, or welfare, but you can think about that while you're waiting. I do suspect our being ignored is irreparable and irreversible, and the ongoing and continuing ignoring of us, I believe to be irreparable and irreversible. So that having been said, we will discuss this later.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to return to our agenda. Any other things that we want to talk about before we get to the agenda?
No, Your Honor.
Case number 1, M.I. Estacion LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? All right, do we have someone here with regard to Mi Estacion LLC?
Yes, we're on the Zoom call.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Melissa
can.
Okay, hi, Melissa Armenteros, along with my colleague Ruth Acevedo and Jack Cassan, which is a representative of the company. We represent Mi Estacion.
Okay, are any of you attorneys?
Yes, myself and Ms. Acevedo.
All right, if you are attorneys and you're going to be talking, you do not have to be sworn. If there are non-attorneys among you, they need to be put under oath. Who would that
Understood.
be?
So that would be Jack Cassan.
All right, sir, if you would please raise your right hand and be sworn by our secretary.
Can you state your last name, sir?
Object.
Casson,
I
Casson,
object, I
K.
object to him doing this off camera.
Okay, I'm sorry, your camera is not working.
I am sorry, hang on one second, let me see.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Can you spell your last name?
Casson, Kassin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Miss Melissa, can you tell me your last name again?
Armenteros, Armenteros.
And you, ma'am?
Good morning, Ruth Acevedo, Acevedo.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, do we agree this violation existed or occurred as stated in the notice of violation?
We agree that the violations did exist or occur as stated in the notice. However, many of them have been remedied.
All right,
and our
we'll
client
get to that. We'll get to that. Let me do my thing first. All right, with that, I find the respondent in non-compliance. Let's hear from our inspector.
Wait, Your Honor, there is one that we're not sure if it is an actual violation, though.
Well, if you're in non-compliance with any of these, that's all that matters.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
we'll give you an opportunity to talk about individual items you feel you may or may not be responsible for, but if you're in non-compliance as to any of them, you're in non-compliance.
Okay.
All right, that having been said, let's hear from our inspector.
Good morning. I'm Inspector LaWanda Domingo with City of Daytona Beach Code Compliance. My credentials are on file with the city. This case opened February 12th of 2025 as a referral from the Daytona Beach Police Department. Owner was first notified by posting the notice to the property on April 14th of 2025 with a compliance date of April 28th of 2025 for violations of an unmaintained vacant blighted property, equipment in non-compliance with the Department of Environmental Protection, sanitation, public safety, and public health conditions. Staff is requesting to address the public safety issue of a trip or fall hazard that's there. There's a pit or a cavity that's along the east side of the parking lot that did have wood beams there. They took out the boards that were there that make it level, and it exposed the pit or the cavity that's there. Just requesting that be secured and covered within 72 hours or 3 days, the 14th of November. And also requesting compliance by the January cutoff date.
Did you take my sheet with the January and February dates on it that I had?
Text.
I had written the January cutoff date
Yes.
and the February cutoff date down. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, here we go, Never mind, I'm up to
got
date
it.
now.
Okay.
Now I'm up to date. All right. Okay, all right. This is the last time I'm going to do this. All right, I have 26. Can I trade you one of these 26s for a 25? Got a 25. There, okay, I'm good. All right, folks, bear with us here. Our inspector has indicated that you have an immediate hazard there with regard to this void that she's talking about, that she says needs to be addressed within 3 days because it presents a public hazard. And as to the remainder of the items that need to be brought into compliance, she is suggesting you ought to be able to have them in compliance by January 7 of 2026. So what say the respondents to all of that?
Your Honor, as to the immediate hazard, we have no issue remedying that within the 3 days. That should totally be reasonable. As to the other issues with compliance, we've generally complied with most of them, and she should have records of that. But we do have one particular question, and just because you are giving us a January date, there is one referring to a canopy. and it's unclear to our client whether that's a structural issue, because they cannot see it. So we need to clarify that to know if that January timeline works. If not, we may have to push it back further because it will require some permits, et cetera. As to everything else, and I believe it's a total of 4 violations, January works for us.
Okay, did you say a canopy?
Yes, so that would be the first set of violations, which is Article 6, Section 19.8.4. In the remedy section, they do talk about a canopy structure near the gas dispensers, and we just need some guidance as to what they're looking for there, so we can give you an actual compliance deadline.
Repair, looking for repair to the damage of that structure as was included in the original notice. Can we show that structure? I have a folder in the case file for October. And there's been communication with Mr. Casson. I believe he's a property manager of some sort for the owner. That canopy, that is the canopy that's over the equipment that's there. In addition to that, I did receive the certificate from the Department of Environmental Protection by email this morning. However, that is just simply the registration for those underground tanks. I have a report that was sent to me from the FDEP that shows the list of violations that have not been remedied, open violations for the equipment that's there that needs to have the repairs and re-inspections taken place so that those violations that were recorded by the FDEP are closed. In addition to that canopy being repaired and the continued upkeep and maintenance of the property, as I discussed with Mr. Casson and Attorney Acevedo yesterday by phone. There was a point in time that, there was a really good clean sweep of the property back in August. However, that hasn't been maintained. As I was out on the 30th, people are slowly beginning to come back out to the property and leave discarded food items, utensils, things of that nature. I know I sent paperwork for the no trespass arrest program that was turned in. I'm not certain if there was follow through with that as well, as the property remains vacant, but want to make sure that they follow through with all of the requirements for that as well.
Does that answer your questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So given that and given the particular items she mentioned, we would ask to be placed on the February calendar. We could take care of the immediate tripping hazard now, make sure there's a trespass sign, and then we're going to need some time for the canopy and the reports as far as the tank. January just doesn't seem realistic. So that's what we would ask.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I go, sorry, apologies for interrupting. I just wanted to clarify. So you're not required to join the trespass initiative, but what she mentioned wasn't a trespass sign. Are you familiar with our trespass initiative with the police department?
Yes, and they did comply. They did
Okay.
submit all of the forms and all of that. When I say the sign, and I apologize if I spoke out of turn, is that is one of the items that we were missing to complete that program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, forgive me for being so crude. Is this a gas station?
It's a gas station and convenience store, yes.
Is it open and operational?
It is not. At the beginning of the case, it was. Once I posted the notice to the property, the tenants vacated the property.
Okay, if the property is not open and operational, and if the property is secured to city standards, then I can be more flexible with regard to time that's being requested. Obviously, if the station's open and operational and you've got all kinds of DEP issues, that's another matter altogether, and that makes it pretty hard to accommodate people looking for additional time. So if you'll agree to keep the station closed until such time as it's brought into compliance, then I'm more amenable to your request for a February cutoff. You all
We can agree
prepared to
to that,
do
Your
that?
Honor.
Pardon?
We can agree to that.
Very good. All right, then I will, first off, how am I wording this emergency issue? What is it? Am I calling it a pit? How do I identify it?
A cavity, a pit, a trip hazard, trip or
Is this
fall
in the
hazard.
parking lot or what?
It's in the parking lot. It's on the east side of the
All right,
parking
with
lot.
regard to what is being described as the pit on the east side of the parking lot, I'm going to order the respondent to bring that into compliance within 3 days or by November 14th, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. With regard to all the remaining violations, I'm allowing the respondent until February 4, 2026 to come into compliance, with the understanding that the property is not to be operated, utilized, or otherwise opened until such time as the property is in compliance, and it will be secured to city standards. If you have any questions as to what secured to city standards means, take it up with the inspector. She'll be happy to enlighten you should you need any help there. All right, we all on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
good
you,
luck
Your
to you.
Honor.
Thank you.
Good day.
Case number 2, Vicky Ottman. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Good morning, Sarah Kirk, Inspector with the city. My credentials are on file. I received a complaint in August of 2025 for a damaged staircase, which is now missing. It's a life safety issue. And then I also received the complaint for a damaged roof with missing fence pickets. First notification was 8/22/25. Compliance for the staircase was due on 8/26/25 due to the life safety issue. And then all other violations, compliance was due 9/22/25. And that would be for the fence and the roof. I conducted a site visit on 11/7/25, and the property is in non-compliance. Staff is recommending a finding of non-compliance with 10 days for compliance due for the staircase life safety issue on November 21st. And then for all other violations, compliance would be due at the next cutoff, the January cutoff.
January cutoff or December cutoff?
January for the staircase, I'm sorry, for the fence and the roof.
January.
Yes. And then the staircase would be 10 days for compliance, which would put at 11/21 for compliance due.
Okay, based upon our inspector's testimony, photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I am finding the respondent in noncompliance and ordering that with regard to the damaged staircase, that item is to be brought into compliance within 10 days or by November 21. Failing that, the respondent will be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter, and that all other items will be brought into compliance by January 7, 2026, or the respondent be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Case number 3, Thomas M. and Teresa M. Halstead. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Good morning, Inspector Quinn with the City of Daytona Beach. My credentials are on file. This case actually came into compliance on Saturday, November the 10th.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Case number 4, Oregon LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Good morning, Inspector Butler. Credentials on the file with the City of Daytona Beach. As pertains to 1316 Cadillac Drive, this is a citizen complaint. I conducted a site inspection on August the 12th, 2025, where it was determined the property had the following violations: yard erosion, dilapidated porch, deck, damaged roof, fascia and soffit, broken windows and doors, garbage and rubbish, broken toilet, and broken water line, damaged and exposed wires throughout the structure, no smoke detectors. The property was posted on August the 27th, 2025. The property was to be in compliance on September the 27th, 2025. The last date of my reinspection was November the 6th, 2025. The result of my reinspection was non-compliance. I've had contact with the handyman and the property manager. I never made contact with the owner. Staff requests non-compliance, compliance by the January cutoff.
Has the owner done anything to correct any of these violations?
Some has been done, but there's a lot more that needs to be taken care of, excuse me.
All right, and I'm sorry, the cutoff you gave me was when?
January.
Again, January, not December?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we have a December meeting? Well, that eliminates some of my confusion. Okay, very good. All right, based upon the testimony of our inspector, given the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in noncompliance and order the respondent come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Is this property being rented or utilized in any fashion?
There's someone in there currently. Shouldn't be. Mr. Spivey, he's known for that, so.
Do I have the authority to exclude people from a structure? Because I was about to say, if this property hadn't been occupied, I was going to add to that the property wasn't going to be utilized, occupied, or rented until such time it was brought into compliance, but you're telling me there's already an occupant.
Yeah, he put someone there in the condition that is in. He
All
did
right,
that.
well, I guess we'll just talk about that later on then. Very good, thank you. Case number 5, Titan Development Partners, LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
This property came into compliance on November 7th, 2025.
Very good, thank you. Case number 6, American Nurses, ALF, LLC. Yes, sir.
Good morning. This case was a citizen complaint. The violations were no permit for a new fence. The property was first notified by posting on 9/16/2025. The property had until 9/30/2025 to come into compliance. The property was last inspected on 11/3/2025. The staff recommend a finding of noncompliance with compliance due in 2 weeks from today's date. That would be 11/25/25.
Okay. Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in noncompliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by November 2025, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. November 2025. I'm sorry, November 25th.
25th.
There we go. I apologize. November 25th, 2025. Okay, case number 7 is in compliance. That brings us to case number 8, DTBB LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
This case was a citizen complaint, a violation for dirt, grime, high grass, and vines, damaged fence, damaged deck, and missing railings. This property was first notified by posting on 10/1/2025. The property had until 10/15/2025 to come into compliance. The property was last inspected on 11/3/2025. The staff recommended a finding of noncompliance and compliance due on next cutoff.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector, as well as the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in noncompliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate. I assume next cutoff, you meant January 7?
Yes, sir.
By January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Thank you. Case number 9, Elizabeth H. Sampson. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
All right, good morning, Inspector Bostwick, City of Daytona Beach, credentials on file. All right, this case was field generated, opened on September 18th of 2025, unmaintained vacant lot with trash and debris. They did cut the lot. Remaining violation is only the trash and debris that's on the front of the property. First notification was on September 18th. The property was posted. Compliance was due by September 27th. Last day of reinspection was November the 7th of 2025. Result, non-compliance. There's been no contact with the property owner. Staff requests a finding of non-compliance due January 2026 cutoff.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in non-compliance. In order the respondent come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 10, Masonic Lodge number 36. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
All right, this case was field generated, opened on September 8th of 2025 for unmaintained vacant lot with trash and debris. First notification was on September 17th. The property was posted. Compliance was due by September the 29th. Result is non-compliant. Wait a second. Last day of reinspection was November 7th. Result is non-compliance. There's been no contact with the property owner. Staff is requesting a finding of non-compliance with compliance due January 2026.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in non-compliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 11 is in compliance. Case number 12, Ole and Victoria Ospchuk. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
All right, this case was field generated, opened on September 11th of 2025 for unmaintained vacant lot with trash and debris. First notification was on September 16th of 2025. Compliance was due by September 26th of 2025. Last day of reinspection was November 7th of 2025. Result, non-compliance. There's been no contact with the property owner. Staff is requesting a finding of non-compliance with compliance due January 2026.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in non-compliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 13 is in compliance. Case number 14, 594B LLC. Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Here he is. He's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. If you would please state your name and be sworn.
Elon Schlockett,
Spell your name.
SCHLACHET. First name Elon, ELAN.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And what is your affiliation with the respondent?
I own the building.
Okay. Do you agree these violations existed or occurred?
Yes.
I find the respondent in non-compliance. Mr. Inspector, how much time should reasonably be required for the respondent to bring this into compliance?
By the January cutoff.
All right. The city is suggesting you ought to be able to have this taken care of by January 7th. What say you to that?
That'll work. I do have a permit for the work being done, which expires March 30th. But it should be done before that, just FYI.
Right now, the operative date was January 7th. What say you to that?
That'll work.
Okay. All right. I've already found the respondent in noncompliance. If not, I find the respondent in noncompliance. Order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. If you run into hiccups along the way and keep your inspector posted, he might be your best friend if you need additional time.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Case number 15, Plaza Resort Atlantic Ocean LLC. Yes, sir. If you would please state your name and be sworn.
My name is Russell. I'm representing Plaza Resort Atlantic Ocean LLC.
What's your last name?
Jiang.
Jiang. Raise your right hand.
Sorry?
Right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
What is your affiliation with the Plaza Resort Atlantic Ocean LLC?
I'm the executive assistant of the owner.
Okay, works for me. Do you agree this violation existed or occurred as stated in the notice of violation?
Yes.
All right, I find the respondent in noncompliance. Mr. Inspector, what are we looking at here, and how much time should reasonably be required?
We are requesting, sorry,
Let him talk.
sorry.
I would
Let's
say
hear what he has to say, then I'll ask you what you think.
the city believes he can be in compliance by the January cutoff. And just a quick note, the graffiti has been removed.
Okay, is that the underpass under the plaza?
Yes, sir.
And what is
Right off of Seabreeze.
what is concrete spalling? Is that where the rebar starts popping through the old concrete?
Correct. And
Okay.
that's,
Now, is that a structural fix, or is that a cosmetic fix, or a combination of the two?
I believe it's going to be a combination of both.
Okay. And how much time do you think should reasonably be required for the respondent to be able to do that?
January cutoff.
Okay. The city seems to think you ought to be able to have this fixed by January 7th. What do you think?
We might need more time.
Why do you say you might need more time?
We just recently we signed a contract with the engineering and service company. They said they need 30 days to get the remediation plan ready, and then we need to go through the permitting process for have the contractor to pull the permit. That's going to be somewhere 3 to 4 weeks. So we're requesting 90 days.
All right, what have you done so, all right, hang on one second now. Y'all were notified of this
July 26th.
July 26th, or July 16th, rather. Hang on a second.
Sorry, that's August.
First notified, August 26th. All right, so from August 26th to the present date, what have you done? I understand the graffiti's been taken care of.
So on September 24th, I contacted Mr. John Stenson, and we're working on finding an engineer, and they're very busy. So until until October 23rd, we eventually signed a contract with the engineering service company.
Okay, you signed a contract with who?
With the Plaza Resort, with the UES milestone inspection, structural engineering service company.
Okay, I want you to give a copy of that contract to Mr. Stenson, if you would.
Sure.
All right.
This is a phone call.
Okay. I mean, I suspect this work may take a little time. I understand that. And as long as I see you and your people moving forward, doing stuff like that, then I'm amenable, and I'll try to work with you within reason. The minute you drop the ball or disappear, then I'll hammer you. Okay?
Of course.
Now, that having been said, what's the next step in the process now that you have this contract?
We're waiting for the engineering service company to provide a remediation plan. And then meanwhile, we're talking to the concrete repair contractors, and then try to get the best offer. And then we start the permitting process.
Okay. What do you realistically expect to get done between now and January 7th with regard to all those tasks you were just mentioning?
Have the permit application started.
You expect to have your own internal paperwork and and at least having submitted a permit application.
Yes, by January 7th, yeah. Before January 7th, we're going to submit the permit to repair the concrete.
All right, Mr. Inspector, help me put some meat on the bones here as far as what I'm going to require of these people. I don't foresee them being able to have this done by January 7th. And having walked through that underpass myself a few times, I just wonder how complicated a job. I don't know that it's complicated, but I'm assuming it could be time consuming. So what kind of administrative things should I expect them to be able to have done by January 7th at a minimum?
The engineers should be completed their process, and they should at least have that application into the city building department. at minimum for the permit, for the work that needs to be done. The engineer's gonna have to do what they do because
Okay.
the building department's gonna require that.
All right, first off, if I haven't done so already, I find the respondent in noncompliance, and I'm going to continue the determination of a compliance date until our January 13 meeting. At that meeting, I am going to assume you've already got your permit application submitted. Maybe you'll even have a permit. Maybe you'll have even started work, but I would expect at that January 13th meeting to have a clearer idea as to when you'd be done. And at that point, I'll establish a compliance date. And like I said, you've already heard what I expect to have done along the way. And if those things aren't done, then we have a problem. If those things are done, we'll work with you as best we can. 10-4?
Thank you.
All right. So I found the respondent in noncompliance. I'm rescheduling the determination of a compliance date for our January 13, 2026 meeting. At that point, you'll be back here, bringing me up to date, giving me a progress report as to everything you've done, and maybe at that point, we can speak a little more clearly about when you expect to be done. Very good?
Sure.
Good luck to you. Case number 16, Chi Young and Chun Za Ham. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Oh, they're here. They're here.
They are here.
My name is Chi Young Ham.
Sir.
Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do you agree these violations existed or occurred?
Yeah, we complete complying everything now.
Okay, hang on one second. All right, I find the respondent in noncompliance. Mr. Inspector, how much time should reasonably be required for the respondent to come into compliance?
The January cutoff.
All right. The city seems to think you ought to be able to have all these things taken care of by January 7th. What do you think about that?
Well, handyman, when I take him out, those ones, he wants making some money, so I give to them. So he works one by one, little by little. So until nowadays, okay, he never show up, he never did anything. So finally, he didn't call anything. I called towing company, so they accepted to take him out today, by today. So
Okay.
I pay for the fees, everything.
All right, are you managing this yourself? Are you trying to get all this done yourself?
I'm sorry?
Do you have anybody helping you with this stuff?
Oh, my son helping me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, tell your son to give you a hand because you need to have all this done by January 7th. Yes, sir. Well, good time to come on up. All right, if you would please state your name and be sworn.
James Ham.
I'm sorry, say your name.
James Ham.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and speak into the mic.
What can you tell me about the status
so-
of the efforts to come into compliance?
Okay, so as far as the gutters go, we had a gutter company come out. They put new gutters on the side of the house. They informed us the one that's in the front of the house, because of when they were put up, they could not be redone. I don't know why, but they were able to clean it out. They were able to clean out the gutters and do it as best as they could for the front of the property. What was that? As far as the windows go, as being openable, there's I talked to Mr. What was his name? Mark, yes, and he said that the windows were openable and they looked fine. So
All right, well, let me do this. All right, dirt and grime. What have we done about the dirt and grime?
I think he's tried to pressure wash it and get it off, basically.
I assume he's not the one doing the pressure washing.
He is.
He
I'm
is.
not the one. Yeah, he is.
All right, animal waste. What have we done?
That cannot be helped. I don't know where is the animal waste.
Yeah, that's one I don't know where it comes from.
All right, the inoperable vehicles. We know. Are those still there?
Okay, so the RV is going to be towed out today.
Okay.
And be taken to, we finally found someone that would take it, because like he said, there was somebody that was coming and taking it apart, but he never took the end of the very last portions of the vehicle, and he had the title to the vehicle, so we could not remove it, but we had since gone down to the title office and got a copy of the title, so today I believe, what is that record? One of the, records is coming to take it away.
All right, we talked about your windows, we talked about your gutters. Water damage to the ceiling.
Okay, water damage ceiling means when I found up in the attic and drain water pan hoses busted. So I went out and cut up hoses and fixed them. We be able to use.
All right, does the ceiling need to be repaired?
He had
No.
already done that. He went up and repaired the handler that basically the hose was.
Okay, inoperable heat and cooling system.
So we have, as far as we have AC through the house, but I guess back then it was only in certain portions of the house. So since then we have gotten portable AC units, indoor AC units, and they have.
And since air unit, everything done now. So what-
Put out through the house.
All right, so whatever remains to be done, are we gonna have it done by January 7th?
Which is the only thing that's remaining is the RV, correct?
I don't know. I'm not out there.
Well, no.
And I'm
that's what
taking your word
asking.
for this stuff.
That's what I'm asking.
And I don't understand how he's accomplishing much.
Well, we just gotta get the RV taken out. As far as the
Okay,
gutters.
well, what you just gotta do is you just gotta look at this notice of violation and then satisfy him that you went above and beyond the call of duty in taking care of it. So he'll then tell me, yeah, these folks went above and beyond the call of duty and they took care of everything, Mr. Vicalja, so you don't have to fine them.
Okay.
10-4?
All right, so.
So you get with him if you have any questions what needs to be done, and you make sure these things aren't just done, but they're done properly.
Well.
And have them done by January 7th of 2026, or you're going to be brought back here, and they're going to be asking me to fine you.
Okay.
I
well,
really don't want that to happen.
The issue, part of the issues that we have is we've tried to communicate with the code enforcement officer about what needs to be done, and he's not been able to give us an answer as to what we can do to satisfy what he would like to see.
You know, I got an idea that you got a pretty fair understanding as to what needs to be done all by yourself. I don't think you need a code inspector to tell you there's so much dirt and grime on your building that you have to do something. But hang on a second. I don't think you need a code inspector to tell you that you got to get inoperable vehicles off the premises. Okay, I don't think you need a code inspector to define much for you here.
No, that I
now, if you
understand.
got genuine questions, call him and he'll be happy to talk to you.
We do, as far as the gutters. What
Okay,
does
I
he
don't
want
see
done
anything
about
in
them?
here that calls for any kind of rocket science. All right, so I think you'll be able to figure out what needs to be done. Nevertheless, he's available. Keep trying to reach out to him. If it turns out you can't get a hold of him and you had a genuine issue, then I'll take that into consideration. But for the most part, I think you got a pretty fair idea as to what needs to be done. As far as anything specific that you don't understand, get in touch with the inspector. 10-4?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
All right. He's the inspector. I understand the code violation inspector. How he knows kitchen ceiling is leaking? How he knows? Probably he was inside the building, but he never introduced himself to me. I'm the inspector, city hall, coming to inside house, inspect you. He never say anything. No, introduce everything.
Wasn't he wearing the same outfit he's got on now?
Yeah. Man,
Was he wearing that?
I don't know. I just black short come in, and at that time, health inspector inspected. He was followed to him all the way. He never say anything at all. I doubt he is health inspector trainee. A lot of times the trainee with them. So I got the trainee. So I didn't know who was here. He was there, he never introduced it. Looks like a trespassing into the house, sneaking into the house. So he should tell me, I'm inspector city hall.
Okay, well, first off, he's got a superior officer, and he's right over there. So if you have any questions about anything an inspector's done, take it up with the building department.
Oh.
Okay? And first off, I'm sure he's got answers for all your questions. I suspect that's the case anyway. But my point is, if you're not satisfied there, take it up the ladder. But you're here now in front of me, and all I care about is this right here. Okay? And I want it done by January 7th. And you ought to be able to get it done by January 7th. So, and if you run into a legitimate reason why something on this can't be done by January 7th, then you contact him and you let him know that. And then before I go do anything rash like fining you, he might say, well, I did hear from them, and they did explain that there was a supplier that wasn't able to provide them the window they needed to replace the inoperable. Okay, we'll listen to anything that you've got to say. So my point is, have this stuff in compliance by January 7th. If there's something you legitimately can't do because of reasons beyond your control, notify your inspector, and we'll all get there. That's all we got to do is get this squared away. 10-4?
It's all done now.
All right, then call for a final inspection. But if you call for a final inspection and it's not done properly, then we haven't made any progress. So if I were you, I'd wait on the final inspection till I was pretty well satisfied that everything was done. All right? Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Case number 17, Derby Park Partners LLC and Des Spring Hill Partners LLC and DE Eli Equities LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent?
Derby?
Are they here?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, what say the city?
Good morning, Inspector Stinson. My qualifications are on file with the city. This is a complaint-driven case, lack of sanitation on the property, inoperable exterior lighting, junk vehicles, trash and debris, broken windows, and damaged fencing. My last visit to the property was on 10 November 2025. Excuse me. I'm sorry. They were first notified on 28 July 25. Compliance was due on 25 August of 2025. My last visit to the property was on 10 November 2025. Property was still in non-compliance. I'm asking for an order of non-compliance and compliance by the next cutoff. I'm sorry, by the January cutoff.
Have the owners done anything on this list of violations?
Unfortunately, there's some violations on here that come and go, for lack of a better description. Exterior lighting, they'll get broken, or one or two will get broken, they'll fix it, then it'll happen again the next day. The windows do get broken, they get replaced. My last inspection, there were still broken windows on the property. The damaged fencing in the back, that's a big issue.
Is this an apartment building?
Yes, it's an apartment complex,
Is it occupied?
completely. Derbyshire, on Derbyshire 800 block, right next to the church. It's a pretty big complex.
Okay. All right. Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of a respondent, I find the respondent in non-compliance. And when were you asking for compliance by?
The January cutoff.
In order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Okay, case number 18, Daytona 418 Management and Investment LLC. I believe this is a Zoom hearing.
Good morning. I'm Nisha Oglesby, the property manager for the property.
Can you turn on your video, your camera?
Yes. Sorry about that. Okay.
If you would please be sworn by our secretary.
State your name.
Nisha Oglesby.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do you agree these violations existed or occurred as stated in the notice of violation?
Yes, we
All
are.
right, I find the respondent in non-compliance. Give me just a moment. Let's ask our inspector what needs to be done and when they expect you to have it done. Mr. Inspector?
Yes, I have been in contact with the property manager and now the property owner. They have requested a re-inspection, so I'd like to place this in non-compliance, compliance by the next cutoff. Hopefully this case will be cleared up pretty soon as I go out to inspect. But I just got the request for a re-inspection yesterday and the day before.
This is quite a collection of violations.
I just got involved in the case, but I can assure you that moving forward, they won't be happening.
You've got an assortment of things here I rarely see. All right, all humor aside, in any event, the city seems to think you ought to be able to have this taken care of by January 7th. What say you to that?
Yes.
All right. I find the respondent in non-compliance, in order the respondent come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Case number 19, Sharok Shaltuki. Is there anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Morning.
Morning.
Inspector Ron Beanie. My credentials are on file with the City of Daytona Beach. This case was opened on November 27, 2024 as a field-generated case for outside storage, rotted wood, flaking paint, bare wood with no protective treatment or coating, dilapidated fence, missing siding, work without permits, windows and fence, damaged windows, damaged roof, improper landing, outside entry/exit door. First notice was posted on July 24th, 2025. Compliance was due on August 27th, 2025. Last date of reinspection on October 29th, 2025, and the result was non-compliance. There has been no contact from the owner. Staff is recommending a finding of non-compliance with compliance due by the January cutoff.
All right, I've got the date the violator first notified was July 24 of 2025. Has any of this work been corrected since then?
None.
None. I find the respondent in non-compliance, in order the respondent to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 20, First Premier Management Holdings LLC and Jason Herman. Anyone here for the respondents? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
This case was opened on May 9th, 2025 as a complaint-generated case for parking on grass, unmaintained landscaping, damaged roof, and missing shingles. First notice was posted on August 19th, 2025. Compliance was due on September 24th, 2025. Last date of reinspection was on October 30th, 2025, and the result was non-compliance. There has been no contact from the owner. Staff is recommending a finding of non-compliance with compliance due by January cutoff.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find the respondent in non-compliance and order the respondent come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 21, Jomar Home Investments, LLC. Anyone here for the respondent?
Good morning, I'm the Spanish interpreter.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Your names?
Marta Plazas.
Marta Plazas.
On just 1 minute. I have a. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the interpretation you will give in this hearing will be a true interpretation from English to Spanish and Spanish to English, questions asked and the answers given, and you will make a true translation into English of any writing which is required by you to decipher or translate to the best of your ability?
I do. Minerva Samayoa, certified Spanish interpreter.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, did you already administer the oath?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Does the respondent agree that these violations existed or occurred as stated in the notice of violation?
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
All right, I find the respondent in noncompliance. We're going to ask the inspector how much time should reasonably be required for the respondent to correct these issues. Yes, sir.
Okay. This case was opened on May 22nd, 2025 as a field case for sanitation, peeling and fading paint, busted up driveway, unmaintained landscaping, dilapidated fence, rotted wood, dilapidated stairs, broken, missing handrails, boards on windows, missing screens, no address numbers on house. First notice was posted on May 23rd, 2025. Compliance was due on June 26th, 2025. Last date of reinspection was on October 30th, 2025, and the result was non-compliance. I've received contact from the owner, and staff is recommending a finding of non-compliance with compliance due by next cutoff.
Have any of these violations been corrected?
Yes. Just a little bit of violations corrected.
I'm just looking to get a feel for how much compliance we've gotten to date.
Not very much.
All right, that tells me what I need to know. All right, the inspector thinks she ought to have this in compliance by January 7, 2026. What does the respondent have to say to that?
Mira, nosotros ya solicitamos dos permisos, uno para cambiar ventanas y el otro para poner la escalera a código.
We already requested 2 of the permits, one for the windows and the other one for the stairs.
Okay.
Básicamente, después de que se terminen esos trabajos, se arreglará con respecto a la pintura.
Once we have completed with those, with that work, then we will proceed with the paint.
With what?
With the paint.
Y ya las demás cosas con respecto del aseo y todo ya están terminadas.
¿Con las cosas de qué?
La entrada que estaba los vehículos y sin arreglar la jardinería, ya todo eso está terminado.
With regards to the vehicles, the entrance of the vehicle will be has been done, and also the landscaping has been taken care of.
So do we expect to have all this done by January 7th?
¿Usted piensa que va a tener todo esto listo para el 7 de enero?
Bueno, el contratista nos dice que más o menos después de que le lleguen los materiales, que ya se ordenaron ventanas y todo, él más o menos en un plazo de 45 a 60 días.
The contractor has stated that once he received the windows have been ordered already, then he will be able to have everything ready within 45 to 60 days.
Okay, is this property occupied right now?
¿Esta vivienda está siendo ocupada en este momento?
Ese es el otro problema porque la gente, los habitantes de la calle se nos han entrado. Hay algunas, o sea, en este momento está deshabitada. Pero
It's not habitable, but there's a problem there because, I mean, there are other people in the neighborhood that have gone into the house, into the property.
All right, how much time is it going to take
¿Tiempo le va a tomar a usted
to finish all of these tasks?
todas estas tareas que tiene? ¿Cuánto tiempo le va a tomar?
bueno, esperamos que en un plazo máximo de 60 días podamos terminar todo ya.
We believed in a maximum of 60 days.
Your Honor, while you think, do you mind if I talk to her about the trespass arrest site?
Ella dice, "Entonces, usted piensa, le quiero hablar acerca de esta orden donde se les puede prohibir la entrada a alguien.
So it's not a mandated requirement of your case,
No está obligado en su caso, pero puede.
but I have a suggestion regarding the issue you talked about regarding people from the neighborhood coming into the
Pero
house.
sí le tengo una sugerencia con relación a lo que usted estaba diciendo de que habían personas del vecindario que se están metiendo a su propiedad.
If the property should be vacant and no one should be in the property,
Si la propiedad debería de estar vacía y nadie debería de estar viviendo allí,
you could sign up for something called a trespass arrest site with the police department. I believe that it's free. I'm not sure, but you can go to the department, fill out the paperwork, and allow them to arrest anyone that they see in the building.
usted puede firmar un documento, usted puede hacerlo con la policía. Yo pienso que eso es gratis, pero usted puede pedir y que la policía esté al tanto de que si llegara una persona a entrar ilícitamente a esa propiedad, la policía tiene la autoridad para arrestar a esas personas porque no están supuestas a estar allí. La oficina le va a entregar a usted.
I just confirmed that it is a free program.
Es un programa gratis, lo acabo de confirmar con la oficina. Contacte a esa oficina.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Is the property currently secured?
Y la propiedad actualmente está asegurada. Asegurada como.
La cerca.
The fence, you mean?
Do the windows closed and do the doors shut and lock?
Las ventanas están cerradas, las puertas están con llave, todo está con llave.
Sí, solo que hay un espacio debajo de la escalera que ahí eventualmente se queda una o dos personas de la calle y ha sido imposible sacarlas.
Just under the stairs, there's a space, and then people go there, homeless go there, and it's impossible to take them to ask them to move.
El espacio que se ve ahí hacia el fondo, debajo de la escalera, ahí en esa,
Underneath the
ahí
stairs,
donde
you
se
can
ve la
see
silla.
there's like a space they're like going into.
All right, well, if you do the no trespass thing,
Si usted hace eso, ese programa de que
as
nadie
suggested
puede
by the
entrar,
attorney,
como lo sugirió la abogada,
hopefully that will remedy that.
eso va a remediar ese problema.
Ok,
Esperemos que eso lo pueda.
ok, perfecto.
You have asked for 60 days. I will give you almost 90
Le voy a
days,
dar casi 90 días.
Ok,
but I want this property secured.
Quiero que usted asegure en su totalidad esta propiedad.
ok,
I don't want people to be able to access the home.
Que la gente tenga acceso a esa propiedad. Tiene que hacer todo lo que sea necesario para asegurar que nadie entre.
ok.
Okay.
Agreed?
¿Está de acuerdo, señora?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then I find the respondent in non-compliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by February 4, 2026. And in the interim, the property will be secured to city standards. Failing either of those, the respondent will be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day.
Entiendo.
Okay, I understand.
Good luck.
Buena suerte, señora.
Gracias. Buen día.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, case number 22, I think we've already done. Case number 23, Francisco Valles, 314 University Boulevard.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Christy. I'm representing my father.
Sorry, state your name again.
Christy Valles.
Spell your last name.
Vales.
Okay, sorry. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have authority to speak on behalf of Francisco Valles?
Yes, I do.
All right. Let's hear from our inspector. This matter's here for the imposition of a fine.
This respondent was first notified on November 22nd of 2024. Since the last hearing, I have had contact with the property owner. The property remains vacant and significant progress has been made. Staff recommends imposition of a fine at this time.
Staff recommends what now?
The imposition of a fine at this time.
Staff does recommend.
Yes.
In what amount?
Of $100 per day with a max of $15,000.
Okay. All right. Did I understand you to say substantial work has been done?
It has been done. They're very close to being finished. And I was hoping to hear from them on Saturday so I could do a follow-up inspection before this hearing. I know they were going to try to get the rest of it finished by then, but they have what they have left to do is the south wall of the porch, that picture right there that has the door and the window on it. That it's like beadboard that's up there covering a screened-in porch. That needs to be taken down, and the screen door needs to be reinstalled instead of this solid wood door. These are the things that were requiring permits. And so they decided instead of going through the permit process, they would just restore it back to what it was previously. Nothing structural has been done to it. It just needs to have that beadboard taken off to, and yeah.
Are you saying?
Oh, so that has been done. I'm sorry. It's the door needed to be put back to the screen door, and they installed a window to the left of the door that needs to come back out because that would have required a permit. So those are the things that they had left to do, and they were going to try to get this done by Saturday, but I did not hear from them. And the rest of the building, they decided to paint when they made the repairs up front, so they've changed the color, so the back still needs to be painted.
That it?
That's it.
What say Ms. Valles?
Yes. From what the inspector said, I think there's only 3 things that my father needs to work on. He has to remove the door and replace it to the screen door. The back needs to be painted, the back of the patio. And I think there's I think we had a window somewhere, and then she mentioned that we had to apply for the window, but we'll just put it back with the fence. And I think from the last conversation we had, she mentioned that's the 3 things that we need to work on. And since we're so close, I am asking for maybe another week so we can work on that. And by the end of next week, she could come and inspect it without having us pay any fine.
Okay, forgive me, but there's a bit of an echo in your audio here. How much more time do you need to finish what the inspector just talked about?
Another 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Are you gonna have it done then?
Yes, because it's so close. We just have to replace the door and paint the back.
All right.
What is the deadline that you can give us?
Okay. I'm going to amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until December 3 2025 to be in compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Okay? Now, our next meeting's not until January, but you tell me you're almost done, and she wants me to fine you now. I want you to get the job done, okay? I'd rather you get the job done than me worry about fining you. So you wanted 2 weeks, I've given you about 3 weeks plus. Get the job done, or else you're going to be back here in January and she'll be asking for that fine again, okay?
Okay.
So I'm amending our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until December 3, 2025 to come into compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Case number 24, Segway to Me LLC, Seed to Me LLC.
Hi, good morning. My name's Amaya Albury, and I'm a real estate agent and assistant for this particular property.
I'm sorry, can you say your last name again?
Yes, Albury, A-L-B-U-R-Y.
Raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you're about to provide the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, your affiliation with the respondent again?
I'm his assistant and property manager.
Okay, what is the name of this company?
Sigamy.
Sigamy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, this matter's here for the imposition of a fine. Let's hear from the city.
Okay. The respondent was first notified on August the 2nd, 2025. Since last month, court proceedings, I've had contact with the property manager, who's in the process of applying for a demo permit. Staff requests amended to the January cutoff.
What say Ms. Albury?
So there is actually some work being done to the, excuse me, the north of the property. There's some infrastructure being done on Mason Avenue. And there are, I don't see any pictures here, but there are pipes, and I do have pictures as well, around the entire front of Alabama with, they're putting infrastructure, I guess, huge concrete pipes. And so there's really not any way to get into the property itself. But we are, that is really regardless because we are going into pull a permit on it for a demo. We're looking to present to the city an affordable housing project. And so we would like assistance with that. But we are definitely we're in the process right now of removing everything from inside the property itself. And we have started that. And I would say before the end of the year, we'll be pulling a permit for a demo on it. But I will also say, though, that there is a lot of obstructions to actually get into the property itself. And I'm hoping that that will be something that can be completed because we won't be able to demo with that being
Well,
there.
if it keeps you from coming into compliance by January 7, 2026, just notify your inspector as to what's going on and the problems you're encountering.
Yep.
And it is something I will take into consideration if it reaches the point where the city feels as though you're dragging your feet or what have you.
Right.
Then I'll hear it myself. That having been said, you were looking to amend it to January 7th, 2026?
Yes, sir.
That having been said, I'll amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until January 7, 2026 to come into compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Case number 25, Dina Lisa Del Moral and Joshua Bennett. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
First notification was 5/5/25. Since the last hearing, I have had contact. However, there's been no progress. Staff is recommending a fine of $100 with a max of $15,000.
Based upon the inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $100 per day commencing November 6, 2025. The fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000 or the property's been brought into compliance.
Thank you.
Case number 26, SOMI 25 LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
All right, Inspector Curtis Wiggins, code compliance, credentials on file. Respondent was first notified of violations July 3rd, 2025. Since last hearing, no progress has been made. I've had no contact with the owner. The last date of reinspection was November the 7th, 2025. The result of that reinspection was non-compliance. Staff recommend a fine of $100 a day to a cap of $15,000.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $100 per day, commencing November 6, 2025, and continuing each day thereafter until the property is in compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Case number 27, David Manulian. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
All right, respondent was first notified of violations July 7th, 2025. Since last hearing, no progress has been made. I've had no contact with the owner. Last date of reinspection was November the 7th, 2025. The result of that reinspection was non-compliance. Staff recommend a fine of $100 a day to a cap of $10,000.
Okay, based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $100 per day, commencing November 6, 2025. That fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $10,000 or the property's been brought into compliance. Case number 28, 1825 Brentwood Road Incorporated. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Inspector Garcia, credentials on file. The respondent was first notified of all violations on June 12, 2025. Since the last hearing, I've had contact with the owner. Some progress has been made. Staff's recommending to amend to January cutoff.
Based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, I'm going to amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 25, 1995 Big Island Trust dated August 8, 2020, and Tyler Anthony Vasquez Trust. Anyone here for the respondent?
Good morning.
Good morning. State your name.
Anthony Vasquez.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
All
you.
right, this matter is here for the imposition of a fine. What say the city?
Inspector Itani, code compliance, credentials are on file. Respondent was first notified October 3rd, 2024. Since the September hearing, I haven't had contact before yesterday with the owner, and I wasn't aware of any progress. Last inspection was November 6, 2025, and the result was non-compliance. Staff recommends a fine of $100 a day with a cap of $20,000.
Okay, and you last inspected the property when?
November 6th.
And still non-compliance?
No.
Had any of the work been done?
I have not seen any work been done.
Okay, what say Mr. Vasquez?
Yes. I have two cases before you. One is for the other one on 123 South Wild Olive. And with this particular property, we did hire the asbestos abatement company, and we've demoed the inside of the property, which you cannot see, but everything's been demoed. And we are currently working on 123 South Wild Olive, which I presented a video yesterday to the code officer, giving her an update of the progress of that property. And as soon as we are finished with construction at that property, we'll be moving on to this property. I did suggest in my message yesterday that I just repaint the exterior and try to alleviate some of the eyesoreness on the property until I can actually get to the full remodel of the property.
Okay, why haven't we just dealt with these items right here?
As I have limited money, and I can only do one property at a time, and I'm currently working on South Wild Olive.
Okay, is this 123 or 125 we're talking about?
That's 314 Aura.
Okay, my case number 30 says at 123 South Wild Olive and 125.
Yes.
We're on case 30 or 29?
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, we're on case 29. So we're on Aura. So what are you telling me? You're working at Wild Olive and you're not doing anything on Aura?
I did the asbestos abatement and I did the demolition inside the property so that the architectural engineer could see structurally. The prior owner had put walls in place and removed walls that were weight bearing. So he requested that we completely gut the interior so that he could see structurally how the building was put together before putting together a full renovation plan. And so we completed that.
What is the status of 123 South Wild Olive and 125?
I presented a video yesterday. We've had our plumbing inspection was completed. Our subflooring is in. Our walls are framed. Electrical will be calling for a final this week, and the HVAC system is in, and I'll be calling for a final on that this week.
Are these properties occupied?
No, sir. I have
All
a
right,
video.
looking at 314 Aura, so you're telling me you just did all kinds of interior work, including some asbestos abatement?
Yes, sir.
All right, when are we going to get to the dirt and grime and the peeling paint and the boarded up windows and the damaged fascia?
I could start on that next week.
Don't tell me when you could start on it. As far as your program is concerned, when were you planning on doing that?
When Wild Olive is complete.
How far are you away from Wild Olive being done?
The first house, which is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. Yes, sir. I've completely rebuilt that house, wall by wall, put in impact windows, impact doors, restuccoed it, reframed the inside, new subflooring, new plumbing, new electrical, new HVAC. And then I will start on the property or the building directly behind it.
Okay, so 123 Wild Olive is almost done?
It's getting there. I'd say the next 60 days, 123 will be complete.
So you got another 60 days for 123 Wild Olive, and from what you're telling me, you basically rebuilt the property.
Correct.
And you're going to be doing the same for 125.
Yes, sir.
How long is it going to take you to get, and I take it the peeling, dirt, grime, damaged exterior walls, damaged fascia at 125, sounds like that's going to come at the end of your rebuilding process
Yes, sir.
in the ordinary course of events.
It's a complete rebuild.
So
But the
when do you
the city
expect
will
to be
not let
done?
me demolish it to replace the units, so I have to rebuild it in place.
So when do you expect to be done at 125?
I hope to break ground next week, and probably going to take 4 to 5 months to completely rebuild it all.
And when in your grand scheme of things are you going to get around to 314 Aura?
It would be immediately after that, but to alleviate the dirt and grime, I can go in and paint it and replace some siding, even though it'd be fruitless because we're going to end up rebuilding the whole property also.
Your Honor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Did you buy these two properties simultaneously or in different?
Yeah,
times?
I bought 29 units in Daytona Beach, and they were all rented and occupied, but they were completely dilapidated. And so I've been in the process of renovating the properties one by one.
But you bought them all at the bulk, knowing that they needed rehab.
I didn't know to that extent of how bad they were because of the termite damage, because they're very old properties. So once we began opening up walls and then looking into the plumbing, and they just came to the conclusion that it was better to rebuild everything.
Okay.
All these properties are unoccupied?
They are unoccupied. I have a video that I shot yesterday of the White House there, if you'd
You
like to
talking
see
about
it.
123?
Yes, sir. Would you like to see it?
No. And you expect to be done with 123 in 60 days?
Yes, sir, or sooner.
The next cutoff we're dealing with here is January 7th. Is 123 going to be done by January 7th?
It will.
Pardon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it will. It will, like, it will be done, or you're just
Yes.
telling me it will?
No, it will.
All right, so it's feasible. Okay, I'm going to try to envision your program here as 3 properties that you're rehabilitating. Okay? And I'm engrafting that onto some violations here that have run a lot further down the road than your construction rehabilitation plan. So I'm kind of reverse engineering some of this.
If you look at the original photos of that property and the termite damage that was originally presented.
I believe you, and it looks pretty. I'm just asking, will 123 South Wild Olive be done by January 7th?
Yes.
Okay. You're expecting another 60 days to get 125 done.
No.
When is your projected, as far as your construction schedule is concerned, when is your projected completion of 125?
4 to 6 months. It's 3 units and it's a complete rebuild.
When is your projected completion date for 314 Aura?
January, let's see, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, November. Probably November of 2026.
All right, well, I'm not that generous. Okay, I'm looking at cases 29 and 30 here. Were you going to be looking for a fine on 30 as well?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to case number 30, I'm going to order that 123 South Wild Olive be in compliance. That means you've taken care of this list. I know you've gone way beyond the list in the work that you've done there, but that means these items are going to be done.
I'm not.
Anyway, I'm going to order that 123 South Wild Olive be in compliance by January 7, 2026.
Okay.
I'm going to look for a progress report on 125 South Wild Olive and 314 Aura Street at our January 13, 2026 meeting.
Okay.
In the interim, those properties are going to be unoccupied. They're not going to be rented. They're not going to be leased. No one's going to be able to utilize them other than you and your work that you're doing on them. And they're going to be secured to city standards until they're ultimately completed. Okay?
They are posted with trespass arrest signs.
That's a good start, too.
They are vacant.
All right, so I'm kind of taking case 29 and 30 and refashioning them as, anyway, I'm not going to bother explaining anything anymore. So 123 South Wild Olive, have it done by January 7, 2026, and I'm going to include in that requirement the specific items that are on this notice of violation. 125 South Wild Olive, you're going to secure it to city standards. You're not going to let anybody occupy it. You're not going to rent it out. And on January 13th, you're going to give me a status report and start talking about your program for that property.
Yes,
and
sir.
like I said, in the meantime, it's on the no trespass, whatever, and it's not going to be occupied. You're going to secure it. And the same for Aura, 314 Aura Street. We'll talk about 314 Aura on January 13th as well. And as long as I see continuous, steady project on these properties, then I will be reasonably satisfied, notwithstanding that the administrative status of these things may be a little further down the road than you are right now. 10-4?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, case 31, BMS Holdings LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Respondent was first notified June 16th, 2025. Since the October hearing, I've had no contact with the owner. There's been no progress. The building is currently vacant and unsecured. Last inspection was November 5th, 2025, and the result was non-compliance. SAC recommends a finding of $500 a day with a cap of $15,000.
$500 a day. These people must have aggravated you.
They have a history.
Pardon?
They have a history.
But most important of all, it sounds as though they've totally ignored you.
Exactly.
All right, that's good enough for me. Based upon our inspector's testimony, the photographs presented, I'm finding the respondent the sum of $500 per day, commencing November 6, 2025. That fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is in compliance, or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Case number 32, Whirlwind Daytona Investment 1 LLC. Okay, folks, if you would please state your names and be sworn.
I'm Tommy Voss.
Tommy what?
Voss.
Voss?
V-A-S-S.
What's your name, ma'am?
Dee Wei.
Go ahead and pull down the mic.
My name is Dee Wei.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what is y'all's affiliation with Whirlwind Daytona Investment 1 LLC?
I'm the owner.
Okay, good enough. This matter's here for the imposition of a fine. Let's hear from our inspector.
Since the last hearing, there has been contact, and the permit was issued on 10/31/2025. The city's requesting the amend to the January cutoff.
Okay. Sounds as though some progress has been made, and the city is suggesting you ought to be able to have this in compliance by January 7th. What say you to that?
We're going to complete the framing inspection by the end of the month, and after that is going to be electrical and plumbing. Depending on the holidays, because there will be some coordinations with the GC and the city inspectors.
Who's your GC? I mean, you have a general contractor?
Yeah, I do.
That's all I need to know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it depends on the scheduling. I would say February is more promising given like the holiday season is coming
Is this
up.
property occupied?
No, it's not. We had used it for as a storage space in the past several months when we're still waiting for the permit to get approved. And since
Any
that
heartburn
last
if I give them till February, as long as they
Yes, sir.
keep it secured?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
yeah.
All right, then I will amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until February 4, 2026 to come into compliance. Or be
Okay.
returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. And in the interim, the property is not to be rented, leased, or otherwise occupied until such time as it's brought into compliance. Seems like there was something else I had to say. Yes, there are holidays coming up. And if you run into delays that you didn't anticipate, please try to keep your inspector posted as to that.
Yeah.
Because that might help down the road if you end up getting in a bind.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Good luck
Thank
to
you
you.
so much.
Case number 33 is in compliance. Case number 34, NDR Pahokee LLC.
Is there someone here? Sorry, Your Honor, this is actually, this individual requested the Zoom link.
They're not going to join at the end. They couldn't make it.
I've got a live body here.
We've got somebody here.
But I appreciate it. Thank you.
If somebody put some glass over there, you'd be able to see that for yourself, but for some reason, they feel the need to wall you off.
State your name.
Mendy Friedman.
Spell your name. Spell your name.
Mendy Friedman. Friedman.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, this matter is here for the imposition of a fine, so let's hear from our inspector.
Since the last hearing, I've had contact with the property. The boarded window has been fixed. The damaged roof.
I'm sorry, back up. The what has been fixed?
The boarded up window.
Okay.
Has been fixed. The damaged roof has been fixed. The peeling paint has been fixed. The missing screens have been fixed. No BTR, but the BT 81827 is under review as of 11/6/2025. The broken window is still in violation. The pool deck and pool are damaged. The city is requesting a one-time fine for $250 for the no BTR and a fine of $250 per day up to a maximum of $25,000 for the rest of the property.
What say, Mr. Friedman?
In regards to the business tax receipt, we are hoping you guys could consider the fact that it's under review and obviously with the violations.
Why is it under review? Why don't you just have one?
From previous years, I was always under the impression that you cannot obtain one while there's a violation going on.
That's kind of been my impression too.
But I've recently discovered that there was a possibility for it to go through, so that's why as of November 6th, it's under review from the understanding that it will be pushed through.
All right, but in any event, I also heard mention of a broken window and a pool deck.
Yeah, so in regards to the broken window, that's not something that I see being an issue getting taken care of quickly. Obviously, the pool deck, we've been having a lot of issues in regards to that. So we're just hoping in regards to all the progress we have made until now to continue making the progress with the window pretty quickly. And then in regards to the pool deck, we would like to request as much time as you are able to offer. We've received some quotes. It's been very difficult to obtain these quotes, but I have one here with me today. Took about 15 different companies to call until they actually came out. It's very expensive, as you can probably imagine. But after discussing with the inspector in regards to all the other violations and the progress that we made until now, we were hoping you can give us time for the other things.
When did the damage to the pool occur?
I started working with the owner on this property about a year ago, so I'm not familiar, but it has been.
Do you know?
I believe it was the hurricanes of 2 years ago, or was it 3 years ago that the hurricanes happened?
Okay. What's the story with the pool deck?
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure, as I'm just working for the owner, but I know that it's definitely been a financial burden for them.
Okay, what's the status of any efforts to get any work done on the pool deck?
We received a quote that we're reviewing. We're trying to also receive another quote to compare, just to make sure we're not sticking to one price and take it for what it is, but it's just been extremely difficult.
Okay, what is this property? Is this a motel?
I believe so, yeah. We have a lot of long-term tenants there, but it's on the ocean, obviously. So we operate it like
how many
an
units
apartment.
do you have?
It's 28 units.
And these units are occupied?
Some of them are, yes.
So what, do you have the pool deck like roped off or something?
Yeah, we've discussed a way
And how
to.
long have you continued to function like that?
Well, it's been closed off ever since I started working there. It just has a fence in front with a no trespass sign, and it's gated up.
You know, the pool deck obviously has been an issue for 2 or 3 years now, and quite frankly, I'm not hearing any end in sight.
I understand. I think the inspector would agree that since me and him started communicating, we have made tremendous progress, and I don't plan on stopping. I understand where your position is on the fact that it's been like that for quite some time.
I'm going to continue this matter until my January 13, 2026 meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't mean, forgive me for being blunt,
No, you're good.
but if you or your owner don't show up with a game plan for that pool deck, then I'm going to be entertaining the fine that he's asking for.
Very understandable.
I'm sympathetic with the situation. I understand the property's been damaged by circumstances beyond your control, but that was 2 or 3 years ago, and at some point, we have to start expecting some progress. So, come January 13, 2026, I need to hear a concrete plan, immediate plan, to rectify the pool deck, or else I'm just going to throw my hands up, throw a fine on this thing, and be done with it. 10-4?
Thank you.
And make sure that window's taken care of. And by the way, I don't want to be talking about anything other than the pool deck.
It should have been done.
So get your
rent
business
bill.
tax receipts squared away, get your windows squared away. I don't want to hear about anything other than that pool deck, and you need to come to me with a real program on that pool deck, because I'll try to help with people that have been through hurricanes and what have you, but at some point,
I understand. Thank
we
you.
got to take care of business. Pardon?
Sorry, are we putting a compliance date on all violations or no?
I'm expecting everything other than the pool to be in compliance by January 13, 2026.
By 7.
Or the respondent be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. With regard to the pool deck, I'll be getting a report, or I will continue the determination of the imposition of the fine to our January 13, 2026 meeting, giving the respondent an opportunity to come forward with a plan to try to convince me that the pool deck's going to be rectified in short order. Okay?
Compliance by the 7th, right?
Pardon?
Compliance by the 7th.
I'm sorry, yes. Compliance on those items to be brought into compliance by January 7th. On the 13th, we'll reconsider the imposition of the fine. Enough said. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Case number 35, Ryan Ailey and Ailey Mowry and Tony Guerra. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent. What say the city?
Okay. This respondent was first notified on December 8th, 2024. This is a repeat violation. This is a repeat violation for off-street parking, unlicensed and unpermitted business being operated from that particular location. The property was posted on 29 October 2025. Compliance was due immediately because it's a repeat violation. The last site visit was on 10 November 2025. The property remains in non-compliance. Collectively, it's been 40 occurrences.
How many?
40. And the city is asking for the imposition of a fine of $100 per occurrence, which comes out to $4,000.
All right. Having heard the testimony from our inspector, having seen the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I find that the respondent has in fact repeatedly and knowingly violated city ordinances regarding parking of vehicles on unimproved surfaces on at least 40 occasions. I'm fining the respondent the sum of $100 per occasion for a total fine of $4,000. Is that all I need to say?
Yes, sir.
Case number 36, we've already done. Case number 37, D&J Global Holding, LLC. Is there anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Yes, sir. This respondent was notified on August 15th, 2025. They are currently still in violation of the outside storage, multiple vehicles parking on improved surface, damaged exterior walls, damaged missing insect screens, damaged gutters, and the refrigerator remains outside on property. The city is asking for the imposition of a fine of $300 per day to be capped at $20,000.
How much per day?
$300.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $300 per day, commencing November 6, 2025, and that fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $20,000. Case number 38, Monica Vital Tan. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
This respondent was first notified on May 28, 2025. Violations were unpermitted railings, damaged missing screens, damaged wiring for power pole, broken windows. Since the damaged wiring from the supply pole has been corrected, the other violations remain uncorrected. There are no permits applied for or on file. The city is asking for the imposition of a fine of $100 per day to be capped at $20,000.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $100 per day commencing November 6, 2025, and that fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $20,000. Case number 39, Sunshine Ventures and Management, LLC. Anyone here for the respondent?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. If you would please state your name and be sworn.
Kobe Bezalel.
Do you swear from the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Your last name again?
Bezalel.
All right, this matter is here for the imposition of a fine, so let's hear from our inspector.
Yes, this respondent was first notified on January 22nd, 2025. This is for unmaintained landscaping, boarded windows and doors for over 120 days, dilapidated fencing and peeling paint. The fencing issue has been addressed. All other violations remain. There have been no permits applied for or issued, and no developmental plans that I have found in the city system. City is asking for the imposition of a fine of $500 per day to be capped at $25,000.
What say Mr. Bitterling?
So we had the permit open back in April. We submitted everything. We have actually completed all the architectural plans for the development inside and out. Then they came back with with request to do asbestos report prior to getting approval for the permit. We were in the process of getting that report. We finally got it. I have it here, and actually I presented that to Mr. Stanton as well. So we finally have everything that is needed, and I understand that the permit was expired. It is expired by now, but I spoke with the GC, and I spoke with him last week. He assured me that he is going to reopen everything, resubmit all the paperwork, and we should be good to do the work.
So what are you telling me? Your extenuating circumstances were the need to obtain this asbestos report?
Yes. I mean, unfortunately, it took some more time than we
Mr. Stenson, does that make any difference to me?
I don't believe so, sir. This case has been active. Well, you know the property, but this particular case has been active since January of this year. This is on the corner of University and North Atlantic.
Why did you need the asbestos report to take care of landscaping, windows, and
As you
peeling
can see on
paint?
the pictures, I mean, we take care of the landscaping. We do everything as far as we keep the property secure and safe. and-
Okay, well, we still have the boarded windows and the peeling paint, so what
We-
does the asbestos report have to do with those things?
The asbestos report, I mean, it's not us. I mean, it's the permitting department did not give us approval for the permit to start the work without the
Permit
asbestos.
to do what?
To do the work.
Okay, so is there any merit to what he's saying about he couldn't get a permit to do these things until he had this asbestos report?
I can't speak of what he's being required to obtain a permit, but as of yesterday, there is no application for a permit on file for this property.
When did you get your asbestos report?
So basically, the asbestos report was, the inspection was done in August, in late August. We got it, I actually received the report itself, which shows that there is no asbestos, it's clear, free and clear. When I think it was mid-October when I sent that over to you, exactly when I got it, I immediately forwarded it over to you. So again, we finally have that. But again, we submitted everything for
Okay,
the.
so did you submit a permit application
The
when
permit
you
was-
got your asbestos report?
The permit for the renovation was submitted back in April with the complete, I have all the architectural design here with everything that is need to be done inside and out. And again, we submitted all the paperwork, and then they came back to us before approving the permit to start the work. They came back that they want the asbestos report. So without that, we did not get the approval to start the work.
So do you have your permit now?
So I spoke with my GC last week. He told me he will get it done and resubmit it again.
Hey, isn't
So-
the permit department right here in this building somewhere?
Yes, sir, room 127.
Okay.
I
So any
will
reason
assure you it
can't
will.
find out the status of your permit before
I
you
will
walk
assure
out
you
of
the
building?
permit will be submitted this week.
And once you have the permit, what
Yeah.
happens then?
Then we will start doing the work.
What work?
Everything. I mean,
Everything? What, I don't know.
everything
what
that
your-
is on the permit.
Well,
It's
what
the-
are your plans? I'm trying to figure out where the unmaintained landscaping, the boarded windows and doors, and the peeling paint factor into the work you're telling me you're trying to get done, and you've been held up because you need this asbestos report, and I don't understand what an asbestos report has to do with landscaping, boarded windows, and peeling paint, and you and I both have neighbors
So
roaring up our legs
as-
wanting
as-
something done.
as you can see
So
by
my
the
point is, if you're expecting me to accommodate your construction plan, tell me what the freaking plan is.
So as you can see by the pictures, landscaping we do maintain and we take care of that regularly. You can see by the
Right
pictures.
now, I was asking you what the plan is for the building
So-
that you're suggesting you're going to need more time to do.
So again, we cannot replace the boarded windows with installing windows without a permit. So that's not.
Do you have a building plan somewhere?
Yes.
Let me see it.
Can this copy be entered into the record, or do you need it back?
No, I mean, you can keep it. It's exactly what's going to be submitted with the permit.
the door detail in your plan, I assume that encompasses the exterior doors as well?
Yes.
And you have a window plan in your
Yep.
plans as well?
Yep.
So how far are we away from getting a permit?
Again, it should be done any day now. It will be done this week. The permit
Was
will
the
be.
asbestos the last holdup for the permit?
Yes, then that was the only thing that holding up getting the approval for the permit. Yes.
So as soon as you have your permit, you're going to start construction?
Basically, yes.
Basically, yes. Don't say basically yes, say yes or no.
Yes.
So you, as I understand what you're telling me, have done everything you need to as far as a permit application that's already sitting here. And all you're doing is you're awaiting your permit so you can start construction.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to continue any decision regarding the imposition of a fine until our January 13, 2026 meeting. And at that point in time, I'll hear a progress report from you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to make you any promises. I'm not going to give you any guarantees. But if I'm satisfied that we are actually making some progress on this property, and I'm talking about construction progress, okay, then I will take that into consideration. All right?
All right.
All right, so I'm continuing the imposition of the fine that's been requested right now to the January 13, 2026 meeting. There you go. Looking forward to, whatever this is, looking forward to seeing it.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
Case number 40, Abigail L. Fitchter at Tennessee Street.
Your Honor, staff can proceed without me. I have to step out for a second with Denzel, if that's all right.
You know what? I want to take a break for a few minutes anyway, so let's take about a 10-minute break.
Okay.
I need to take care of something.
Okay, thank you.
Are you folks all here on one case?
The towing case, they're my, some of them are
Okay,
my witnesses.
so they're stuck here no matter what.
Yes.
All right.
I want to be back.
We are up to case number 40. Abigail L. Fitcher at Tennessee Street. Did we do that one already? Nope, we took a break. All right. Not seeing a respondent, we'll say the city.
All right, the respondent was notified back on May 8th of 2025. Since then, this property was purchased on a tax deed sale on October 29th of 2025 by Mr. Jacob Allen Bonwith. So I would like to add his name to the existing case and amend this case to the January 26th cutoff to come into compliance.
Okay, so you are asking to amend this case to add Jacob Allen Bonwit.
Bonwit.
Bonwit?
B-O-N-W-I-T.
Bonwit?
Bond, B-O-N.
B?
Yes, sir.
Bonwit as a respondent, and then allow the respondents till January 7th to go into compliance.
Yes, sir, because he's already reached out to me and told me he saw the notice when he came up to look at his property, and he will get it done.
Very good. All right, based upon our inspector's report, again noting the absence of the respondent, I'm going to amend this matter to include Jacob Allen Bonwit as a respondent, and then amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondents, Mr. Bonwit included, to come into compliance by January 7, 2026, or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 41, GH Daytona Beach, Florida, LLC. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, let's say the city.
Respondent was notified back on August 11th of 2025. Since last month's hearing, there's been no contact or progress. Staff is requesting a fine of $250 a day with a maximum fine of $15,000.
Based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $250 per day commencing November 6, 2025, and the fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Case number 42, Angela Moody. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, let's say the city.
The respondent was notified back on August 26th of 2025. Since last month's hearing, there's been no contact or progress. Staff requests a fine of $250 a day with a maximum fine of $15,000.
Based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $250 per day commencing November 6, 2025, and continuing each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Case number 43, Susie Mae Williams. Anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, let's say the city.
Respondent was notified on August 27th of 2025. Since last month's hearing, there's been no progress or contact. Staff requests a fine of $250 a day with a maximum fine of $15,000.
Based on the testimony of our inspector as well as the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $250 per day commencing November 6, 2025. That fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is in compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Case number 44, Atlantic County 03 LLC. Is anyone here for the respondent? Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Respondent was notified on June 5th of 2025. Since last September's hearing, the city of Daytona Beach is still in the process of finalizing the purchase of this property. Staff would like to amend to the February 2026 cutoff to give this time to get done.
Based upon our inspector's report, I'm going to amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until February 4, 2026 to come into compliance or be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 45, Atlantic County 03 LLC. What say the city?
The respondent was notified on June 5th of 2025. Since last September's hearing, the city of Daytona Beach is still in the process of finalizing the purchase of this property. Staff would like to amend to the February 2026 cutoff to get this completed.
Based upon our inspector's report, I'm going to amend our current order of noncompliance to allow the respondent until February 4, 2026 to be in compliance or else be returned to the special magistrate for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day thereafter. Case number 46, 322 Daytona Beach LLC. Not seeing a respondent, what say the city?
Respondent was first notified on July 15th, 2025. Since last hearing, I have had contact with the property owner's representative, but there has been no progress and no change. Last inspection was on November 7th, 2025. Staff recommends a fine of $200 a day with a cap of $20,000.
Based upon the testimony of our inspector, as well as the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $200 per day commencing November 6, 2025. That fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $20,000. Case number 47, 322 Daytona Beach LLC.
Respondent was first notified on July 15th, 2025. Since last hearing, I have had contact with the property owner's representative. My last visit on November 7th, 2025, there has been no progress. Staff recommends a fine of $200 a day with a cap of $20,000.
Based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, and noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $200 per day commencing November 6, 2025. And that fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is brought into compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $20,000. Case number 48, ASP Ready Chem LLC. Anyone here for the respondent?
Respondent was first notified on August 1st, 2025. Since last hearing, I have had contact with the owner, but my last site visit on July 7th, 2025, there had been no progress. Staff recommends a fine of $200 a day with a cap of $15.
15?
15, yes.
Based upon our inspector's testimony and the photographs presented, noting the absence of the respondent, I'm fining the respondent the sum of $200 per day commencing November 6, 2025, and that fine will continue to accrue each day thereafter until the property is in compliance or the amount of the fine has reached the sum of $15,000. Now, I believe we are now going to miscellaneous business 1, 2, 3. Is that correct? All right, let's go to miscellaneous business 1, 2, 3. And what say the city?
As stated before, the city is requesting an additional order to authorize abatement of the violations by the city of Daytona Beach. Last month, we had a witness here also speaking to this. One of your concerns were life safety. I mean, as you can see from the photographs, we have piles of pallets up to 20 feet high. They're sitting right next to a brand new residential property that was completed by Habitat of Humanity. The life safety issue is there is nothing to stop anyone from going into this property. I mean, you have stacks of pallets that could easily fall over, kids could be climbing on. It is, I feel, a serious life issue. You have these heavy equipment running through this residential neighborhood where he's loading pallets. He has 18-wheelers that come in. As you can see, there's one there that he had delivered. This is just an ongoing illegal business that is being handled in this area. I personally hand-delivered the violation notice, the notice of hearing, excuse me, for this hearing today. I gave it directly to the owner of the two properties, the 550 Foot Court, and also the one on North Helm Place. And I also went and delivered to Mr. Ottoman, hand-delivered the notice of hearing. They have not attended any of these hearings. We have had numerous fines levied against these properties. This is in a residential area, and it's definitely impacting the welfare of the community here. And
So what is the relief that's being sought? That's what I don't understand.
If I may, Ms. Vakel, Anthony Jackson, attorney for the city, deputy city attorney. What the city is asking for, I know the inspector said to abate. What we're really asking for what's provided in 162.09 subsection 1, which is, as you were pointing out earlier when you were looking at this, there is the whole information about what the findings shall be, but it says in addition, and so we're coming for the in addition part here. So for each day of the violation, it tells what we're able to do, but it says in addition, the violation, if the violation is a violation described in 162.06 subsection 4, the enforcement board, or in this case the magistrate, shall notify the local governing body, which would be the commission, which may make all reasonable repairs. What we're asking to do here is based on what's provided in the statute. We're not asking necessarily that you're giving us permission. We're asking that you acknowledge that these are a violation of a serious threat to health, safety, and welfare. And the reason we need that, Mr. Vakel, just because we're exhausting. It's over $100 and something thousand in fines that have been imposed on this property. We are going to pursue foreclosure, but as you realize, and I'm sure you know, foreclosure takes a little bit of time. We have some immediate concerns, and I realize you weren't necessarily, you were reviewing the material while they were showing the pictures, but if they show those pictures again, you'll see stacks going as high as almost 20 feet.
Let me help y'all out here. Definitely a hazard. Don't doubt that for a moment. Tell me what I can do about it. If you tell me I got the authority to tell the police to take a tractor trailer in there and take all those freaking pallets out of there and haul them off, I'll do it.
What
so
we need,
just tell me
Mr.
what authority I have, and then tell me what the relief is you're looking for. Don't worry about whether or not I think it's a violation. Don't worry about whether or not I think it's a hazard. Don't. I'm cognizant of all of that, and obviously all the fines in the world that we've been imposing on these people are meaningless.
And that's
if you tell me I've got the authority to tell somebody to go in there and remove every pallet from that property,
well,
you know, or build a moat around it, I'll do it.
Yeah, you have the authority to acknowledge it so that we can go to the commission and say the magistrate as also, and this is how you notify, as what's provided, what I read earlier, to notify the governing body. And then the governing body is the ones who have the authority to tell us what we can do. Now, quite honestly, we believe we may have some elements of restriction, so we're not so sure what we'll be able to do, but we do know that we need you to be part of a decision or determination of finding for the governing body, and that's what we're asking for you to do. With that finding, we intend on going to the commission, asking for permission to proceed with an injunction, and we're going to go and seek an immediate emergency injunction as well as a permanent injunction against this happening and reoccurring. There's been times when it's been much lower, but there's been times when it's been as much as 20 feet. And these lots are complete open lots where there's no barriers, there's no fencing, there's nothing. And these trucks are driving through with residential houses on both sides, and it's a danger. And any child can go in there, climb on top of these this material and fall, or have these things fall on them. And a strong wind, as you can see the way some of them are leaning, or there's nothing that restricts that debris. And what we found is that they're advertising these businesses for sale and transfer of these which also advertises for delivery of these pallets. So this is a full operating business that's been operating for some time, and we intend to put a stop to it. And we just are utilizing everything that code has provided so that we can ensure that we've made every good faith effort to exercise all authority that's been given to us by the statute, and we're going to the court. And so the one authority that we would like is an authority that is for you to be able to notify the governing body. And the only way you can really do that is by making such a finding, and that's what we're asking for.
All right, it sounds to me as though what you are probably in need of mechanically speaking, is an order
We have the proposal.
that includes findings from me to the effect that the conditions on this property, and those conditions would include the pallets that are stored there, the commercial vehicles that are utilized to.
I actually put together a proposed order which would have findings and an order that we think would accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. And I say I, but you know else with ain't me, of course.
I mean, I have no problem with this order at all.
Well, that's all we need, Mr. McAllister, or that's what we're asking for today.
Am I signing this now?
That would be appreciative. If you may feel the need to announce your finding, but it's.
Well, I definitely find that this property owner has been found in noncompliance before. Our orders have gone ignored. He is a continuous repeat offender. The testimony presented by the inspectors, as well as the photographic evidence, not only shows clear violations, not only shows illegal activity, but the extent of the illegal activity, stacking these wooden pallets in the manner in which it's done, creates a risk of harm in a residential area that shouldn't be there at all.
And I think the key word is that it's a serious threat to health, safety, and welfare.
It is an absolute threat to public health, safety, and welfare. And quite frankly, the only way I see to remediate it is to remove all the pallets, remove the commercial vehicles, prohibit the use of any commercial activity. Isn't this a property in a residential zone?
It's fully residential.
Prohibit
that's
any
correct.
commercial activity that's as prohibited, within a residential zone. and restore the use of this property to the residential purpose it was intended for. Is there anything more I can add?
No, sir, I think that's it. Now, there are 3 cases, so I would just ask that same determination is across the board on, it's the same circumstance, just different owners.
We just have to state the different parcels maybe and case numbers.
And I further find that all of those circumstances apply to all 3 properties involved. Okay, is that all you needed? Is that it?
Is that good enough? Or should we just?
No, one concern is that 2 of them, they're actually owned by corporations, but the person who has been named.
And also, I further find that the property owner was duly notified of the conditions on the property, the complaint the city has, and their opportunity to be heard here today, and chose not to attend.
Yeah, and one of those is a separate owner on the Helm Street property, and the circumstance is the same regarding that he was noticed as well and failed to attend.
Okay, do I have another?
It was just, they are all 3 the same.
All right,
Exact
and my findings apply
To
to SMG 0925-177, SMG 0925-176, and SMG 0925-175, Darren Ottman.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything further.
All right, with that, do we now proceed to case 49?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Case 49. Thompson Holdings Enterprises LLC, Volusia County Towing, and Derek Thompson.
I believe that we have a procedural thing to address regarding his request for a continuance. We object. And we object because he already has a copy of all of the evidence that we're planning to present today. He received that binder on October 14th, and nothing new has been added. He's saying he wants more time to wait for us to give him a public records request, but that public records request isn't relevant to this proceeding.
First off, anyone here on behalf of the respondent?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's you.
Yes.
All right. And your name, please?
Derek Thompson.
Your first name?
Derek.
Derek.
Derek Thompson. And your affiliation with Thompson Holdings Enterprises LLC?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
You're the owner. Okay. And Volusia County Towing?
Yes.
You're the owner of that
Yes.
as well? All right. So we have the respondent here. And this is a continuation of a hearing that was commenced at our last meeting on October 14, 2025. And my recollection was that at that time, I told all the parties involved to bring any and all evidence you wanted to present, both as far as the city's complaint, your defense, and what have you. Are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, I'd like to turn this over to Sergeant Conley, who has provided the evidence for this violation.
All right, and I've already been alerted by attorney that we have a procedural issue. Mr. Thompson wishes to continue this hearing. Is that correct?
Okay, well, the thing is, the information, so when it was here the last time,
Hang on a second.
He hasn't been sworn.
All right, go ahead. Take it.
Raise your right hand.
what, wait,
You swear affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
yes.
Thank you.
So, sir, when I was here the last time, we had requested evidence from the police regarding like body cam footage and stuff like that. They never sent it. So once I received this and we went through it, we requested more evidence for the police with body cam footage, and they've still never sent any yet.
Okay, what is this body cam footage that you've asked for?
Well, there's some in here that they're saying that the police officer was on scene and the driver said it's $62.50 to drop the car, or $62. But we want to see that that's what the driver said. I mean, there's dates in here wrong. There's everything in here's wrong.
All right.
There's complaints saying we've overcharged, but it says on it that there's a copy of the receipt to prove we've overcharged, but there's no copy, it's not there.
Was there overcharging?
I don't know. I'm only going what people's saying in the statement.
So you don't have a response to the allegation that you've been overcharging?
Yeah, well, as I said, they've got to provide us the proof.
Well, if you don't have a defense to the allegation that you're overcharging, that constitutes an admission that you are overcharging. So are you denying that under oath that you've overcharged customers?
I don't know if I don't deal with that side.
Well, this is your business. If you're not the one who's qualified to testify as to whether or not your customers have been overcharged, who is?
Well, I've got a manager and there's a guy in the office.
They here?
No.
You were told in advance to bring any witnesses you wanted to.
I understand that.
So you're now telling me that the people that you need to defend the allegation of overcharging aren't present?
Yes, because we got in touch with Kimberly Reno 2 weeks ago, email, telephone. I've been to the office twice. We don't know, like I've got a guy in Connecticut as a witness, but how do we get him connected with you? We asked if we could change the date. She came back to us 6:30 last night after 2 weeks saying sorry. Just go to the court and ask the judge if you can change it. In 2 weeks we've been emailing her, calling her, and going to the office.
Okay.
And nobody got back to us. They just ignored us.
We can provide first-hand witness testimony to counter and impeach that statement. He had no knowledge of that he was overcharging.
Okay, let's
We have a long line of
I
witnesses.
was here yesterday morning. Even the girl in the office recognised me and said, "No, you're here to see Miss Reno." I'm like, "Yes." I still didn't get to speak to
Let's
her.
get back to the basics. Morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
You got some testimony you want to present in this matter?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you the person who's basically going to be the one presenting whatever the city's evidence may be?
Yes, sir, I am.
Before you get into the specifics, could you please provide me something akin to an opening statement outlining for me what it is this gentleman's being accused of doing, and just a brief summary of what kind of evidence you have to support the allegations that the city's making against him?
Yeah, I can provide an opening statement if you don't have one prepared.
I don't have one prepared, but I can
I have,
summarize.
I can give my closing as an opening statement to provide that summary if you will
I
allow.
want somebody to give me a snapshot as to what I'm going to be listening to and alert the defendant as to what's going to be forthcoming so he can respond accordingly. That's what we're all here for.
Good morning, Your Honor. Over the course of 2 hearings, the special magistrate, will hear extensive testimony and will review substantial evidence establishing that the respondent repeatedly and knowingly violated 4 provisions of the Daytona Beach Code of Ordinances. Section 1, 110-2, 110-9, 110-38, and 110-39. The city's burden throughout these proceedings will be a preponderance of the evidence, meaning that we must merely show that it is more likely than not, even by a 51% margin, that these violations occurred. The evidence that will be presented across both of these hearings will easily meet and exceed that standard. The violations proven in this case are irreparable and irreversible within the meaning of Florida Statute 162.1 250.06 subsection 4. Each unlawful tow, each failure to timely release a vehicle, each failure to accept lawful payment, and each improper charge caused harm that was immediate, permanent, and incapable of being undone. Once a citizen was forced to pay an illegal fee or was deprived of their vehicle, the damage was done and the respondent's gains were locked in. Everyone towed by the respondent was denied the right to pay by credit card and instead forced to pay in cash or Cash App. The clear violation of not only our city code, but state law as well. It's actually Florida statute, not this on the front end, but it's actually Florida statute 713.78 subsection 19A. Some of these citizens live paycheck to paycheck and could not simply forego rent, food, or childcare to meet the respondent's unlawful demands. Others had their cars unlawfully held for days, missed work, family events, and vacations, harm that no refund or compliance after the fact can ever repair. Since the first hearing, the respondent has not stopped this unlawful behavior. The city has received new complaints and police reports documenting the same violation continuing today. However, these cases will not be presented today for due process reasons. But these cases demonstrate one undeniable truth, that the respondent has made no effort to correct its conduct and continues to operate as if the city's laws don't apply to them. You will hear testimony and have heard testimony You will hear testimony from a family who has been brutally treated and denied even the most basic rights by the respondent. You will also hear testimony from a mother that's living paycheck to paycheck who will testify that because of the excessive fees charged by the respondent, she had to use money that she saved for her daughter's homecoming dance, forcing her daughter to miss her first homecoming. At the last hearing, you heard from a vacationer whose entire trip was ruined by the respondent's actions. A reminder that this conduct not only harms our residents, but also threatens Daytona Beach's tourism economy, a vital part of this community. And you have heard and will hear from countless other citizens and employees of this respondent, each of whom suffered a lasting and irreparable loss because of this company's deliberate disregard for the law. The pattern of willful non-compliance, even after direct notification, underscores both the gravity of the harm and the respondent's complete disregard for the lawful authority. This is not a one-time mistake or a mere misunderstanding. He cannot stand there and say he did not know. He owns this business. We will have testimony from his employees testifying that he had firsthand knowledge of this unlawful activity. It is a business model built on violating the law, profiting at the expense of residents and visitors, undermining public trust in a highly regulated industry that depends on integrity and fairness. The city will prove by preponderance of the evidence that the respondent committed numerous irreparable and irreversible violations of Daytona Beach Code. Accordingly, the city respectfully requests that this special magistrate imposes the maximum fine authorized under Florida statute 162.09 subsection 2D of up to $15,000 per violation, totaling $60,000 for the numerous violations of the 4 different city code sections. To reflect the seriousness of the conduct and the continuing nature of harm, the respondent's refusal to bring its operations into compliance even after being put on notice. Thank you.
Do you want to make an opening statement?
I have a copy.
Yeah, well, she's going on about things here. It's written right here that one customer paid with Zelle, so that proves that we take Zelle.
Well, let's hang on a second. I assume they've got witnesses to present, so we're going to hear from the witnesses. Did you want to make an opening argument?
Thought the last time there weren't going to be any more witnesses, they were told.
Pardon?
When we were here the last time, you said to this officer there are going to be more witnesses, and she said no.
Okay.
Well, now there's more witnesses.
Anybody, I told everybody to bring, whoever they wanted to have testified, to bring them down here. That's what I told everybody, to bring whatever they wanted so they could be heard. All I want to know is right now, she just gave me a speech about why you did something wrong. Did you want to try to give me a speech explaining why you didn't do anything wrong? Or you want to just get to the witnesses?
I mean, yeah, I'm the owner, but I mean, if I had to go into the computer every day and check every toll we've done, I'd be there at 12 o'clock, 7 days a week.
Okay.
That's how we've got staff to do it. It's all done on a computer, it's all computerized.
So you're telling me you gotta, if there's any truth to these allegations, it's all due to your staff?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at the last hearing, we had testimony from numerous employees testifying that they are not able to change the pricing.
Well,
It
that's-
is in the system, and we have three different
Okay,
witnesses
right,
last
April.
hearing that testified that that's not possible.
All right,
And we have them here
April.
today to recall that
vehicles.
testimony.
Okay,
Right,
now,
so,
all that,
okay then, so here it's here,
okay,
right?
now, okay, okay,
So
you
what price
two,
do you want me to change it to?
listen up a
'Cause I can
second.
change it right now.
just a second. Okay. Officer, you got a witness to call?
I have several, sir.
Pardon?
I have several, and they pertain to the cases that are already in this file.
Call your first witness.
Okay, if I may, my name is Sergeant Shauna Conley with Daytona Beach Police Department. I'm the code liaison for my department and the code
And
enforcement.
that's not to say you're not a witness yourself, by the way, so call whatever witnesses you want, whatever order you want.
Okay, so at your request, if I can start the PowerPoint, please. I tried to summarize the information as you requested. Volusia County Towing is the one that the respondent in this case. They're located at 345 8th Street in Holly Hill. You can see from the Volusia County Property Appraiser's website, that is their property highlighted in red. The date of my posting, which was August 28th of 2025. This is a quick overview of the different ordinances that were highlighted by Ms. Diaz, as well as that I'm finding the respondent responsible for violating, which would be the compliance required, our city ordinance, any penalties for violating that city ordinance, the acceptance of multiple payments as required by ordinance, also supported by Florida state statute, the rates that are required.
Can you just go back for a second?
Sure.
So, let me just legally here. So the state statute that I referenced was, I have a copy for you, Your Honor, and I have a copy for the respondent. I just wanted to point that it's not just our requirement, it's also a requirement for the state. Do you mind if I approach? This is a copy for you and a copy for the respondent. I highlighted subsection 19, that's one of the back pages. In addition to our city code says that he must accept one cash, money, cashier's check, or valid traveler's check, and a valid major debit or credit card. The statute, and I also have the legislative notes if you want them, says that this is the minimum standard. The state statute's minimum standard is that he has to accept at least two forms of payment. He's claiming that he accepts Cash App and cash. However, that is a minimum standard set by the state.
And Zelle.
So it's a minimum standard set by the state. We can require a higher standard. I can provide the legislative notes if you want. But we mandate both cash and credit card. Testimony and evidence provided today will show that that is not the case. They don't allow for both of those two code requirements. And the portions highlighted are the same portions highlighted on his form.
Go ahead, officer.
This ordinance in reference our rates, specifically what is considered a trespass and the flat rate fees. Also, if it's reclassified and the gross weight of the vehicle, which allows to charge a higher rate for the fee. Another subsection that explains what fees are acceptable and when, and what fees are not. This section highlighted the fact that there is an admin fee, which is only $35 after the first 48 that the vehicle had been recuperated or held onto, which coincides with Florida State Statute 713.78, which subsection 15, subsection A specifically states that the tow companies can charge up to $250 if there is nothing indicating or stipulating a lower amount. Since the city has its own ordinance, which stipulates they can only do 35, that's the amount that is acceptable if you have the vehicle over 48 hours. And you, again, follow the rest of it, which is lien notification, lien release, mailing, as well as notice on the vehicle. Again, the rates, and then 1039 is the prerequisites for the towing, just again, our ordinance, which pertains to this case, same. So case one, is pertaining to Daytona Beach Police Department's case number 6721. That's 2500006721. It's actually from a tow that occurred on April 19th, 2025 at 02:11 hours, so that's 2 a.m. in the morning. The vehicle was then towed from 244 Seabreeze Boulevard here in Daytona Beach. A quick summary of this particular case is that the vehicle was towed by Volusia County Towing for a trespass tow. Prior to going to the yard, the operator made a phone call and got a quote of only $220. However, when they went to the yard later that day, which was less than 10 hours later, they were actually charged told $475. The owner, who is here today, is Miss Whitmore. She'll be called up here in just a second, along with a witness, Miss Milton, who was there on scene when they tried to obtain the vehicle, where they were ultimately charged $430, where they were not allowed to pay with any other form of payment other than cash. And again, this is extending from our last testimony that while they were on scene, there was a verbal disturbance between the employee and the owner and Miss Milton as they were trying to ask for an itemized receipt, which they were denied, which per our city ordinance that when requested, you are supposed to provide one. That because of the disturbance and because it was getting stressful, the owner of the vehicle felt she had no other option but to pay the $430 to be able to get the vehicle out. At the bottom of my PowerPoint, I tried to break down the fees in a simple explanation, what was charged versus what our ordinance would allow. As you can see on the far right-hand bottom right corner, the total overcharge for this particular tow per our ordinance is over $303.50. The other unexplained fees that I still can't understand is that this particular case, there was a discount fee of $45, but that's all it states. And I don't know how something is discounted while being charged. So what I'd like to do is call Miss Mary Ann Whitmore.
Well, Ms. Whitmore comes up. We have witnesses in the waiting room that wanted to watch the proceeding via Zoom. Is that possible?
There's no one in the waiting room.
Maybe she has the wrong link. Can you email me the link, please, and I'll forward it to her?
Are there additional charges on that list that I'm not seeing?
I'm sorry, sir?
Where'd the list go?
There.
Oh, is this going to be right
It's going to be case one. It's referenced in case one in the binder, and the actual invoice is the second to last page under tab 1.
So do I have this?
No, this was the separate book that went home last.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
She'll need to be sworn in. Or Miss Whitmore?
Yes.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
Mary Ann Whittemore.
And how are you related to this case?
I'm the owner of the car.
Can you tell me a little bit of what happened?
Sure. In the early morning hours of the date in question, early at like maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, I got a phone call from my son, Ryan. He had borrowed my car. And he said that the car had been towed and was asking for my help since the car was in my name. I had a situation with a tow in a different county, and in that county I was told that only the owner or whoever the car was registered could be the one to pick up the car from the tow company. So I thought I needed to be the one to pick up the car from the tow company. And I mean, it was the middle of the night, very early morning, and I was sleeping. So I told him I'd help, with that the next day. So the next morning, I already had plans with my daughter and my little granddaughters, and we were going to an Easter egg hunt, Easter egg drop, and celebration, what have you, at the church. And we were out that way. And my son called me, and he said he had gotten off the phone with the tow company, and the price had gone up, and that it was now $475. So there was some sense of urgency now to go get the car. So I left in my car, I left the Easter celebration, and my daughter, who was there with, we were all together but in different cars. My daughter and my son-in-law and my 2 granddaughters, they left in their car. They have, I guess, friends or some familiarity with towing and didn't feel that things were sounding like it was quite right that the price went up so high. So I called the tow company to verify the information that my son had told me, and I was told that it was $475 and that it had to be in cash, and I didn't have cash, so I asked if I could use a debit card, and they said no debit card, just cash, no charge card, just cash. So I had to go to the bank, and it was $475, so I had to take out $480 because they only give you that kind of money in 20s. And then I had to go buy a gallon of gas so that I had the $475 even. And we all converged at the tow company. I was the first one to arrive there, and my son and my daughter-in-law, Kelly, and her husband and the little girls arrived just right on the heels of me, but I had already been talking with the yard manager. I don't know what else to call him, but the yard manager. And he, affirmed that, yes, it had to be cash only. And I asked him if he could provide me an itemization of what the charges were so I knew what I was paying for, and I was a little curious why the price had gone up so much from the morning hours, early morning, to that time of day. And he said no. He said you will be sent a receipt after you pay. And at that time, my daughter and son-in-law, who had pulled up some Florida statutes on their phone, were trying to explain to him the statutes and why this wasn't right. And he got very angry and started using foul language and demanded that we leave the property. And we were just inside the gate. I don't know if you want to pull up the picture of that, but we were just inside the gate where the cars are all kept. And so we stepped outside of the gate, and he wanted us to move past the sidewalk. And he shut the gate. And we were all talking about, what do we do? And the manager said, the only thing that you can do is pay cash to get your car back. And so we proceeded to that picture that you saw, which looks like a gated, barred window, which is like the front of the building. Yeah, it'd be easier to explain. So, no, that's good. That's the property. Right. So if you see where all the cars are and where there's a break in the line on the left of the picture, that's where the gate is. Almost where the hand is. So that's where the gate is. So you have to walk down and over to get to the front of the building, which looks like the next slide. And we were arguing. The family, not the little girls. They were waiting in the car through all this, because my daughter and son-in-law felt very strongly that we should not be paying these fees and that we should call the police. And I don't know anything about statutes. They have some background in towing. I don't know anything about it. But I needed the car back. We needed to get the car, and it seemed like the only way to get the car back was to pay the fee. So we rang the bell on that front window, and a young man came to the window, and we said that we were there to get my Buick out, and that the price had changed again, because the yard manager had verbally told me $430. So I told that young man that, and he said he would have to verify it. So he left us, and my son and I were out in front of the window, and my daughter was off towards the end of the building with my son-in-law. They were very angry with us, and we paid the fee. He came back, he said, okay, $430, and some change. And I said, are you sure I don't have to pay the change? Because I didn't want there to be a problem. And he said, no, 430, and that I would be getting a receipt, which I did get later by email. So we went around to where my son and daughter, my son-in-law and my daughter were, and the family got into a real heated discussion over it. And they wanted us, my son and daughter-in-law wanted us to call the police. And I was just so upset over the whole matter. I told my son, just get the car out of storage. And I was just going to leave because I was just so upset over it. And so he did. He stayed behind to get the car out, which he did. And then, I don't know that it's related to this case, but then we found out that the car had been damaged during the tow. It was all damaged underneath the front end. I think that's all. Does that cover everything?
Yeah, I have a couple
sufficiently?
questions. So
Yes.
you said you could only pay cash. Did they offer
Yes.
Zelle, Cash App to you?
No, they didn't. They just said cash.
Okay. Now, the next picture, please. This is a picture that we're bringing in. It's not in the packet, but we're bringing in now for two purposes. It's an impeachment, so it didn't have to be provided on the front end. And two, this is a standard picture of her posting the notification of the violation. So can you zoom in, please, to the sign?
He did, IT did that, not me.
Oh,
There
yeah,
you
zoom
go.
in more. Is there possible to zoom in a little bit more at the bottom of that sign that says
Cash only.
cash
exact
only at the
change.
bottom? Cash
Yeah.
only? Oh. Okay, we'll let IT work their magic. That's as far as it goes. Okay. It looks. I hate to I think because Miss Montgomery's on the screen now, it's smaller. But before, when it was bigger, it looked like there were numbers on the side. When you were there, do you recall that sign?
I do recall that.
Do you
sign,
recall if that
yes.
sign had prices on it?
Yes, it did. I
Okay.
mean, and I can see that it does, but there's too much going on, and you don't have a receipt,
No.
so you
I
can't
wasn't-
tell.
This is more for impeachment evidence showing that
Okay.
there was a sign that says cash only, and then there's a sign with prices. Thus, my argument is that the owner should know what he's charging and how he's charging it per this big sign at the entrance. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can I say something more? Because what I didn't put in the police report, I don't think, is that you have the receipt from the tow. So the receipt lists some charges on it, and it also lists what I think they called a discount. And if you do the math, that discount is a fee that they added on. It's not something that they subtracted from the amount that was due. So I don't know why they call that a discount.
And the receipt is is in the book.
It's under tab 1.
Tab 1.
And it's up on the screen, the third line down where it says discount.
Yeah, I see here. Can you tell me a little bit about personally, aside from the financial, right? How did this affect you? Like, did it affect your day? You took time out of your day for this. Did it hinder you in any way? Did any emotional
Yeah.
distress happen? Were you scared by the respondent's behavior in any way? Anything like that?
There's kind of a variety of things. It starts with being woken up in the morning, finding out that my car's been towed, which is not on. I'm not blaming them for that. So, that was the tow. But it really began the next day because it's very frustrating trying to determine what are the steps that I need to do next. That's why I felt like I needed to call them directly instead of having my son in the middle to make sure there was no miscommunication. And then having to leave our Easter celebration, that's sad, for me and for my girls, for my family. And then the frustration of trying to get that exact amount, they couldn't, make it 460 or 408, you had to go to the bank. Oh, anyway, and get a gallon of gas. But really, when we were there, it was the way that we were treated by the yard manager. He was very condescending. He was very rude. He was using foul language, which I do not have, my family can attest to, because they can't speak like that around me. I won't speak like that to them. And I hang up on people who use foul language. So it's intimidating. And you're kind of felt like you're over a barrel, like they've got your car and they're holding you hostage and you have no say in what the terms are. You just have to do whatever they demand and then maybe try and deal with the police later. I mean, you can't negotiate with them. I don't have the ability to look up. You had that sign that they had on their front building. I can't look those up and find out what all those prices are. So you just feel like, you're at their mercy. There's nothing you can do.
Thank you for coming today to testify.
Thank
we appreciate it. The city has nothing further. If the respondent has any questions for this witness, he may ask them.
Mr. Thompson, did you want to ask Ms. Whittemore any questions?
Well, the question is the $45 obviously got discounted. I don't know why. I wasn't there. I don't have a yard manager, so I don't know who you spoke to. I believe it was Nick that released this vehicle. Saturday, the 19th of April at 1:21 p.m. I mean, as I wasn't there, so it was one of the drivers that released the vehicle.
Do you have a question for me?
No, I'm just.
Okay.
Am I done?
You can done. I know.
Okay, officer.
Yes, sir.
Based upon what you've told me about the permitted charges, what should the charge to Ms. Whittemore have been?
IT, if I can see the thing pulled up, please. Thank you. In the center where it says ordinance, that's because the car was in the custody less than 10 hours, the only charge by our city ordinance would have been allowed is $125. There would have been no storage fee simply because it was not in the custody over 12 hours. Not to mention the storage at the particular Volusia County tow yard is outside storage only, which should have only been $25 if it would have been allowed. I can't explain the $45 discount fee. I don't understand that one. In regards to the lien release fee, also known as an admin fee, due to the fact that the vehicle was not in the possession of Volusia County Towing for over 48 hours, it is not permissible to have charged that fee according to the Florida state statute, as well as according to our city ordinance, which should have only been $35 had it been in their custody for over 48 hours. And then per our own ordinance, you're not allowed to charge for any additional fees going to and from, including fuel, and they charge an additional $13.50 for fuel. So all in all, this case, or this particular tow from Seabreeze should have been in the ballpark of $125 plus or minus tax. But in total, it was $430, which is approximately $303.50 over what it should have been.
Okay, so Mr. Thompson, do you have any explanation for the $30 storage charge?
Yeah, because
the
vehicle
$45
was there
discount charge,
overnight.
The $205 lien release fee, the $13.50 fuel charge? Why were all those things added?
So storage charge should have been charged because it was there overnight. She didn't pick it up to 1 o'clock the next afternoon. There should have been a gate. So it should have been an after-hours gate fee that she never got charged as well. Should have been on that.
What is the $45 discount?
I don't know.
What is the $205 lien release fee?
Well, that's supposed to be a lien release fee, but I mean, I'm now getting told that you can't put that on for 48 hours.
Well, I mean, this is your receipt that we're looking at here.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so the only thing I've heard that might be contested is whether there should have been a storage charge. When is the tow company permitted to commence charging for storage?
After 12 hours. And I actually have, if I can see the PowerPoint again, please. I'm sorry, I think I passed it. So here under rates, which is City Ordinance 110-38, subsection C, no other charge or fees of whatever kind may be charged for service rendered during the first 12 hours the vehicle is in possession of the wrecker, beginning from the time that the vehicle is delivered to the storage facility, except as specifically provided in this section. Storage fees, as set forth in this section, may be assessed after the initial 12-hour period based on a 24-hour increments, not on a calendar day. The vehicle in this particular case, in case number 1, was in possession of Volusia County Towing from April 19th at 2:11 a.m., and it was retrieved at April 19th at around noon, making it less than 10 hours in the storage fee possession, meaning that fee is not accessible.
It was released at 1:21 p.m.
I don't know because the fee is not, the receipt itself is not complete, which is also in violation of our ordinance, where you're supposed to provide both the time and the release of the vehicle. I was going off of the interview with my witnesses and victim, or reporting party, technically.
All right, do you have any other witnesses?
Yes, sir, I do. I'd also like to call Miss Kelly Milton, who was on scene at the time, who made the request for the written receipt.
Hi, my name's Kelly Metler. It's not Milton.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
so
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay. Just so that's correct.
Spell your last name.
M as in Mary, E-T-T-L-E-R.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Kelly Metler.
And how are you related to this case?
My mom is the owner of the Buick.
And you were present at this event?
I was. We were at the Jesus Church down on Taylor Road for a helicopter Easter egg drop when she got the panicked call from my brother that the tow charge increased by $200-something-ish in the ballpark. We left the Easter egg drop and then we went to the tow yard. I was driving with my husband. On the way we called, it's my best friend's husband. He worked for different towing companies in the area, and I said, this doesn't feel right. It feels predatory. It feels dishonest. Something is wrong. He sent me all the statutes and the references. When we got to the tow yard, I spoke to someone who identified himself as the tow yard manager. I think he had a name tag that said Chris. He never identified himself to me, but that's what he was claiming to be. When I held up my phone and I said, you can't charge a lien release fee, because that's all he would tell us was why it went up for the $200 or, yeah, $205 for the lien release fee. And I pulled it up on my phone. I said, the statute says you can't do that. Like, this is the bylaws for towing, and this is, and he mimicked me. He yelled in my face. He cussed at me, and he told me to leave, and I was being trespassed. I stepped right outside of the gate, and then he went into his vehicle. So I asked for an itemized receipt multiple times. I was told no. When I asked why I cannot have one, why there's a lien release fee, it's been less than 12 hours. When can I expect certified mail for the lien to be sent? He told me that just deal with it.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Yeah, it's just frustrating when you go and you expect that somebody who is providing a public service, such as towing, it's a necessary service that's provided to the community. However, when things like this happen, it creates a lot of mistrust. When you're charged for discounts and you're charged for lien release fees, which I assume has financial consequences to it if you're actually filing for a lien. However, if the lien is not filed, how can you charge somebody for that? Especially within the less than time. It causes a lot of stress, and you do feel like you're kind of at the mercy of someone who's dishonest, and there's just a lot of integrity violations.
Thank you for your testimony. The city has no further questions if the respondent wants to ask.
Mr. Thompson, did you have any questions of Ms.
Yeah,
Metler?
well, you keep saying about the $45, it was a discount. So,
It's not. If you do the math, though, see, that's the thing, is if you add these numbers together, if you pull out a calculator, it is not a discount. It is a charge.
right, but
So
the
you
lady
can't
before you says that the tow bill was 470, but now it's 430. So if you take 45 off it, it's 430.
But you still charged 45. It's on your invoice. This is your
It's no
invoice
charge,
from
it's a
your
discount,
company.
so it's a minus.
It's not a minus. It's not.
So for $475, take away $45, it's 430.
So,
That's what she paid.
I
So
just
she
want
got
to
a
clarify
discount.
that this is semantics. He's still overcharged on everything else, whether he
Right.
discounted the
Another thing is the driver that released this vehicle is a kid called Nick who actually is just out the army. I do not believe he spoke to you in that way because that kid doesn't talk that way to people.
Okay, am I to understand from you then that what your service was actually charging was $475?
That's what the other lady said, yeah,
Correct.
475. And if you take 45 off it, it brings it down to 430.
Your Honor, if I may. I'm sorry to add to the confusion, or hopefully to clarify the confusion. The price that was quoted to the owner of the vehicle was $475. When they got there, it then dropped down to $430 per her own testimony, as well as this. If you look at the last column where it says total, if you add up all those numbers, I believe the total comes to $428 something, plus there's $1.95 in tax. That's what brings it to the $430.45.
All right, next one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Our
witness.
next is going to be Jamie Banks. He's an employee a former employee. Mr. Banks, do you have a second to testify? This one? Yeah, I just wanted to make a point.
Go ahead and state your name.
Jamie Banks.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you pull the mic down and speak into the mic? Thank you.
Is that better?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Jamie Banks.
And how do you know the respondent?
Used to work there.
Now, at the last hearing on October 14th, do you recall your testimony regarding employees' inability to change fees?
Correct. We were talking.
Can you tell me more about that?
We as the drivers could not go and do all this stuff to the records. It had to be either the manager or the owner. That was about it.
Do you recall the testimony of two other former employees who testified along the same lines? I believe it was a younger man and
Yep.
you remember? Okay. So there's no way that you guys could try to pocket any change and charge different
Everything
fees?
here is itemized onto an app they use.
Mhm.
So if we took 400 and the bill was 475, we had to explain why
Okay.
and who were we to give discounts.
You also testified that you brought up concerns about overcharging to a former manager. Can you remind the magistrate about that? It might have been your colleague. I apologize if I'm getting testimony.
When I've done this in the last 30 years, I knew the prices. I explained it to Derek and I explained it to my manager. I was out for 6 or 7 years out of the tow stuff, so I didn't know if anything changed or not until the city of Holly Hill came down and told me that nothing's changed for the city of Daytona Beach ordinances, and basically that the ordinances are $125, $25, $25 to drop it. And we were charging that per the owner, Derek, and per the management.
And you told the respondent and his manager this.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If the respondent, wait, stay.
Yeah,
In
well,
case he has.
Jamie, you never told me, and if you look at this receipt, you're the guy that towed this vehicle in.
Objection, the
So-
question in proper form. You have to ask a question.
Okay, just a second. Finish your question.
Yeah, so Jamie's the gentleman that towed this vehicle in, so he's got to go on the app on his phone, and he's got to put all the details in. Now, he towed this in at 2 o'clock in the morning. Our office isn't open at 2 o'clock in the morning. So he would have to have put all these charges in himself.
What's your question to the witness?
Well, I'm just explaining them. He towed the vehicle in. He must have put these charges in.
And he's testifying that those were the standard charges he was required to charge. Is
Yes.
that what I heard?
So if you put up a private property tow in the city of Daytona Beach, it comes out to be that, and it breaks it all down to everything that he's got here: the mileage, the fuel charge, if you're waiting for a police report, or if they were coming into the yard, you can still charge them. These are all things that were documented on his phone that we were not capable of doing. I've got a text from the manager 2 months ago, said I had the proof that I needed, and then on JB, they never called me JB. It was always Jamie Banks on the phone app. So JB was just done. On the phone, the manager said that anybody can mess with those numbers. So good luck proving it.
All right, let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Were you the driver for this particular tow?
I don't remember this call. I don't remember it at
Did you
all.
prepare this receipt?
No, sir, I did
Who
not.
would have prepared the receipt?
That would be on their phone between the manager, the office guy, and the manager. Manager, him, and his name is Brian.
And from what I understand, wherever these charges came from, they culminate in the amount the customer was charged to get her car.
Right, if you look on that phone app.
So whether they came out of a typewriter, a computer, or a phone app, they were dictated from somewhere else.
Correct.
And the customer was told that's what she had to pay to get her car.
Correct.
Okay.
So my question
Did
is...
you have any role in setting these prices?
No, sir, I did not.
It does.
My role was the $125, the $25 drop the fee, and then there's the gate fee that was the storage and everything else.
So if you tow the vehicle in at 2 o'clock in the morning and the guy calls it's 3 in the morning, how did he get that price?
Well, first of all, I
Because
never
your
towed
office
a
is
car.
closed.
Objection,
I'm
the
sleeping.
respondent is badgering my witness.
Okay.
It's
Just
because
a
he's telling
second.
lies.
Just a second. Okay. Wait 1 second. If you got a question, go ahead and ask him the question. Finish your question, then I'll answer you. What's your question?
So my question is, if you towed this in at 2 o'clock in the morning, our office is closed. We close at 6 o'clock Friday night. We don't open again till 9 o'clock Monday morning. So the drivers is the only person that can put these prices in. So if this gentleman got his car towed at 2:11 in the morning and called at 3 in the morning to get a price, how did he not get a price of 125 when if he was working and he towed the car in, he's got the works phone to answer the phone to tell the customer the price because the office is closed. So he would have to tell the customer the price if it's 3, 4 in the morning.
Again,
Because there's no one else
If
available.
I understand his testimony, he's testified that whatever prices he provided was information provided to him by the company or the company's app. Is that not what I heard?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, but the drivers has got access to all the apps. If they're out in a truck at night and there's an accident and we get called into this accident and we've got to charge the customer for the tow, the driver's got to be able to put on scene 4 hours and charge them. We can't do it, we're sleeping.
Okay, from what I'm hearing, the cost or the charge of this tow should have been $125. So why is this anything other than $125?
So, Your Honor, I also have another witness that can help clear up this kind of smoke and mirrors. He's trying to deflect from our argument.
Okay.
Are you
Hang on a
saying,
All right, are we done with this, gentleman?
are you done with him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if you got another witness, bring him up.
Charles Nedley.
I'm going to call Charles Nedley to the stand.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, your last name again?
Nedley, Nedley.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your full name for the record?
Charles Nedley.
And how do you know the respondent?
I used to work with him.
So, is it possible for an employee to create an invoice, keep money from that invoice, and the ownership not know?
No.
and change the price of the invoice?
We can't change anything.
Yes, it is.
And at the time of the tow, we can add the vehicle information on it. We put if it's light duty, medium duty, or heavy duty for the vehicle weight, and all the prices come up. And once all the prices are up, we have to collect that money. Otherwise, they look at us as drivers. We don't have no say on how much the charges are on any of these.
Okay, so when you were working there, did you raise any of these concerns to management?
Yeah,
The prices were
I've told Derek
incorrect?
numerous times. I tried to say something to Aaron, but Aaron and I always,
Okay.
he wouldn't
So,
take it.
to clarify, the city's position is that employees are just using automated numbers set by the respondent.
Managements, yep.
You guys can't pocket any cash, meaning that you have no incentive, correct, to
Yeah,
change
no.
these because you can't, they see the invoices,
Yeah, they see
correct?
the invoice. They're the ones who make the invoices, yeah.
Okay.
All we do is push a button that says light duty, and it comes up with the tow charges are with taxes
And
and everything.
you, to your knowledge, have never charged and don't know of anyone who has charged extra fees not on invoices to pocket extra cash?
No. Not always.
Okay, the city has no further questions for this witness if the respondent has any questions.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, did you want to ask Mr. Nedley any questions?
Yeah, so basically I can go into this right now and it says tow charges, standby time, vehicle wrap, all that kind of stuff. So when you're working at night and you've got to wrap a vehicle, you've got to hit vehicle wrap and you put the price in.
You are also an administration, so you have different access to those
No, it's
things than we do
exact
as
same.
employees.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, you asked him a question, let him answer it.
He has administration activity where he can make any changes he wants on those. Us as employees, we are not allowed that. We don't have any of that access. And I can have other tow companies even come in and verify that as bosses. We, as employees, just can't add prices. We have to go by, we push heavy duty, light duty, or medium duty, and all the prices come up on the set. Him as a owner, he has that right to change all those things or have access to all those different prices where we don't.
Yeah,
Anything
but if you tow a vehicle in, just you's got to put the charges
We
on
put
it,
light
no
duty,
us.
we put light duty, heavy duty, or medium duty, whatever
Yeah.
the vehicle may be, and all the prices come up. We don't put the prices in as
Yeah, but you
employees.
can still put the price.
It's
you still-
automatically put in
You're still technically
by
putting the price.
administration. That's what they have set on the computer.
You're still technically putting the prices in.
We don't put the
How
prices.
so?
Huh?
How so?
Because he just says that he presses light duty, medium
Yeah,
duty, heavy
and the
duty.
prices are automated.
Automatically come up.
Right,
So
yeah,
if,
they're
so
all
if you have in
set
there for a
prices,
medium
but he
duty
still
tow of
puts the prices
$400,
in.
Let me ask a question. So you're saying that, so you're saying that the employee has the discretion when these prices are automated to not charge them because they feel they're wrong? You're saying that your employees have that discretion?
Yeah, so if they decide they didn't want to charge a charge, they don't need to.
Can you testify to that? Do you have that discretion?
If that was the case, we would have changed them because we knew they were wrong. Because we didn't want to get pinned for it. Because back in the day, we were always told that we're get in trouble for this stuff, and we didn't want to.
Okay.
So if it was wrong, we had that choice to change it. We could have changed it, and then we would have brought it. We would bring it up to him. He didn't.
We
So
have
your
other.
testimony is you can't change the price list.
No, we cannot change
Next
prices.
witness.
Okay. So to save time, we have already provided 2 witnesses and 3 witnesses at the last hearing. We're going to move on to the next case.
PowerPoint, please. It stopped working. It gave up. Thank you. All right. Case number 2, which is under tab 2. It's going to be referenced Daytona Beach Police Department's case number DB25006722. It's in reference to a vehicle that was towed on April 1st of 2025 at 8:38 p.m. from 100 Atkins Circle Drive here in Daytona Beach, Florida. The vehicle in question is a 2019 Lexus NX with a gross body weight of 5,335 pounds. That will be important later. This vehicle was parked inside the parking lot of the apartment complex. When the reporting party came outside, she observed that her vehicle was missing from a permitted parking space, was identified later as a handicap space, a handicap permitted space. The owner then called Volusia County Towing when she discovered that her vehicle was in their yard and was advised that the tow fee was going to be $483. The owner notified them that she'd be coming after work to retrieve her vehicle. And when she was on scene, she was told the total cost was then going to be $433.25. However, they would only accept cash. Then when she went to retrieve her vehicle, that was roughly around April 2nd, 2025 at 3:49 p.m. She ended up having to pay the tow yard $443.25 via Zelle to a employee account, to an employee's phone number. At the bottom, you'll see the ordinances that which this case falls under. Then again, I did a breakdown of the fees. The vehicle was reclassified as a medium weight vehicle. However, per the Google, the average weight of a Lexus NX should be gross weight of only 5,335, which puts it under that 10,000 pound gross weight. So that should have only been 125. It was stored over the 12 hours, so it could have been a storage fee of $25 per our city ordinance. And again, we don't do fuel surcharges or en route mileage per our city ordinances. So in total, the cost for this tow should have been around 150, my apologies. But what she ended up being charged was the $443.25. In total, the overcharge amount is $340. So between case one and case two, the running total of overcharge is now $643.50. I do have a witness here as actually the reporting party in this particular case, Ms. Jamisha Glenn, and I'd like her to come forward.
Go ahead.
Can you state your name, please?
Jamie Glenn.
Spell it.
JA''M as in Mary, ESHA, GLENN.
Sorry, say the last name again.
Glenn, GLENN.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Jamie Glenn.
How are you related to this case?
I'm the victim of my car being towed.
Can you tell me a little bit about what happened that day?
The night, I guess my car got towed, I just parked in what looked like a normal parking spot, did not look like a handicap parking spot at all because we have legal handicap parking spots in our apartment complex. Went to bed, woke up for work that morning, walked out at 6 a.m. to go to my car, and I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't see it. I called my mom so I don't freak out because I'm like, there's no way my car is stolen. I tried turning on my car through the app, and I'm not hearing anything start up in the parking lot. So I try and go on my app to see where my car is located, and it says it's in Holly Hill. So I look up the address and find out it's Volusia County Towing, and I'm wondering, why did my car get towed? Because I live here. So I called them, and he's like, oh, I'm not sure who it was, but they answered the phone. He's like, oh, you parked in some lady's handicap spot. I was like, what do you mean a handicap spot? Like, there's handicap spots here, and then there's spaces down, and these are just regular parking spots. He's like, I don't know. A lady called and said you parked in her handicap spot. I was like, okay, well, how much is it going to be to get my car out? And he's like, well, if you come get it now because it's before, I want to say, I guess their times are either 7 or 8 a.m., then you're going to have to pay the overnight fee, and it's going to be $480, I believe $3. And I was like, okay, well, how much would it be if I come after work and pick it up? They're like, oh, it's just going to be $443. I was like, okay, well, I had my mom drop me off. I worked at Advent Health. I'm a registered nurse, so I at least need to go tend to my patients for the day right now. And a coworker of mine's dropped me off at Volusia County Towing that afternoon after work. And I get there, I see my car, and I'm walking in the gate, and I'm like, I don't know where to go on this property. So I call some lady who doesn't really seem like she has good people skills, was like, you should be able to go find the window. It's right here on the property. So I ended up walking around and going to the window where they have the bars on there, and I was like, hi, I'm here to pick up my car. I was like, yeah, I towed it last night. It's a 2019 Lexus that's right there. And they say, okay, it's going to be this much. And I'll pull out my credit card to try and pay. He's like, oh, no, sorry, it's cash only. And honestly, I just broke down because it was the last thing I needed. I already woke up not finding my car. I only had $445 in my bank account until I got my next paycheck. And I had my coworkers already left, so I have no way of getting anywhere at the moment. And I was like, who just carries around $500 cash? I said, this is ridiculous. He's like, yeah, I know, it's just cash only. I said, you guys don't take anything? He's like, no. And I'm assuming because he felt bad since I was crying, he was just like, oh, well, you can Zelle it. And I was like, okay, well, what's the Zelle number? So I got the number for Zelle, and I sent it to them. And once they confirmed they received it, then that's when they went ahead and allowed me my car. And he said the receipt would be emailed to me. So I get home, and it's been probably a good 20, 30 minutes, and I'm checking my email. I still hadn't gotten a receipt. So I had to call them and ask them, hey, I still didn't get my receipt. Can you send that to me? And I said, I'm not getting off the phone with you until I receive my receipt. And then finally, I got my receipt. And even when my mom picked me up, she thought the price was absurd when I told her how much they were going to release my car for. But I just feel like if you're going to go tow someone's car, know the reason why. And if you're saying over a handicap, if the driver's saying, oh, I parked in a handicap spot when it wasn't a handicap spot. I hear now that it is a permanent, and of course the property stuck a sign compared to our other handicap spots on the property. They just stuck a sign in the dirt. And me backing it at night in the dark time, it's not something you easily see. I get that part, but there should have been some type of warning, something, usually a fine or a ticket. Hey, if you park here, nothing was on there.
I just wanted to clarify, you were not allowed to pay with your credit card?
No.
You were not given a receipt prior to paying?
No.
You're not giving an explanation other than the handicap thing about why you were being charged the $400 plus dollars?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Did you have to wait a long time to get your car?
Not a long time, just until they were just like, we have to make sure your payment goes through as far as them getting the Zelle payment.
We have no further questions for the witness. Thank you for testifying today. Oh, wait until he might have questions for you.
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
In regards to the handicap parking space, I went out and actually verified and did the investigation. The handicap spot that was marked does not meet the FDOT requirement under the Florida State Statute 316.1925. However, there is a sign that says it's a permitted spot, and you have to have a certain permit number. So in regards to legality of the tow, it said a handicap permitted spot. So all I can really say on that is that they met the criteria for the permitted side of things.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
That spot that said permitted spot, did it say permitted? If you don't have a permit, you will be towed from the spot. Was there any towing sign? And was there any signs on the property that you saw near that towing spot that said it was being towed by a Volusia County tow on that spot?
Not on the spot, no ma'am. It was just a FDOT regulated handicap sign, and then a small white sign underneath it that said the permit number.
Yeah, we're not here prosecuting the state statute. I just wanted to make a point of that, kind of predatory behavior. Thank you.
Well, there's signs at the entrance. They don't have to be in every spot. I mean, it holds about 4,000 cars in there.
I do agree that there is a signs, the Volusia County towing signs at the front of the gates that is posted there that they will tow from that. And from my understanding, there is a contract between the tow company as well as the management there. I cannot attest to what the contract is as per our city ordinance. It's supposed to be provided to the police department and stored on file, which I don't have any stored on file at this time.
Thank you.
My next case is going to be under tab number 3.
Are we done with all your witnesses?
No. Do you want to jump to the witness case and then?
Well, this is the case number 3 has already been testified to the 2 employees as well. They are referenced to this one, and then if we have any still on Zoom.
That's case 7.
Case 7? Okay. So case 7 is still on Zoom, and that's my last one with witnesses.
Case number 3.
Case number 3. This is a, case number 3 came in as a Daytona Beach case number under DB 25007751. It was reported on 5/27/2025, specifically to our front desk. I was contacted by 2 former employees of Volusia County Towing who had heard that.
Okay, do all of these cases involve excessive towing charges?
Yes, sir. A majority of them do involve excessive.
Are there cases here that involve something other than excessive towing charges?
Yes. There,
Such as?
such as the not abiding by our ordinance of having to follow, not providing the receipt, and also not having any contracted information on file with the police department as required per our ordinance.
Okay.
But failure to release the vehicle.
Now, are we going to go through all 15 of these, or do you like have a summary? I mean, I think I've pretty much gotten the gist of what we're talking about here.
So if you allow us to have that one witness testify, then I think Shauna can summarize the rest of the cases.
That's fine, because I was going to say your witnesses are free to go. I know they've been here all day already, and I don't know if you were planning on keeping them here
No.
indefinitely or not.
I believe
But
that.
if you weren't planning on keeping them here, I was going to let them know I've heard everything they've had to say,
Yes, sir.
and I will certainly remember it, and they're free to go whenever they want, and I appreciate them spending the time down here, but they don't need to stay any longer than you need them. That's all I was trying to say.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't have anything.
Well, I've got one question on this one.
Just a second. Is it Jamisha? Are you done with Jamisha?
Yes, sir. Ms. Whittemore and Ms. Metler.
Ms. Whittemore and
Yeah.
Metler.
Ms. Metler. You're done with them.
Yes, sir.
The 2 gentlemen who testified previously, sounds like you may be using their testimony again in later cases.
This case,
Is it
case number
more-
3.
Is it more of the same?
Yes, sir. It's the same.
Okay.
It's just-
So, are these people free to go?
Yes, sir.
Y'all are free to stay if you want. You're free to go. And I thank you for your time. Okay. Case number 3.
Okay. So case number 3 came forwards to file reports about the behavior that the employees observed. Both employees gave testimony already, which you heard a little bit earlier today, as well as at the 10/14 hearing. Essentially stating, which has already been said out loud, that the fees that have been notified, that the fees were excessive, they were outside our city ordinances, that the manager, specifically Mr. Aaron Forsman, had been notified, and it was intentionally overpricing vehicles without, and reclassifying them, which both the individuals testified already, both on the October 14th hearing as well as today. That's it for that case.
Well, this guy's not been here testifying.
Mr. Gaskill, no, he did not come to testify.
Yeah, and if you look him up, we trespassed him off your tow yard that day
How you work
because
with
he
your...
lost his job and we had to trespass him. He refused to leave the yard. He was trying to fight with one of the employees. Then we went down to the police and he gave us evidence after he was trespassed.
What happens between you and your employees is what happens.
Yeah, but all the employees are trying to go against me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, what is case number 3?
That just that the testimony came forward that they heard this case was ongoing and they wanted to provide additional information that they had firsthand knowledge that this fee changing was occurring. That's it.
Okay. That is a case unto itself?
Yes, because it was polled and the information was taken on a sworn written statement as part of the ongoing investigation.
Okay, I'm confused. Is there a witness or a party to case 3?
One of them already testified.
Okay, okay. All right, now I got you. All right. And does case 3 involve another vehicle in which there was overcharging?
No, sir. It was just the testimony of the former employees bringing forth additional evidence
Okay,
and testimony.
very good. So now we're on to case 4.
Yes, sir. Tab 4. Okay. Case number 4 is in reference to Daytona Beach Police Department, case number DB25008728. It's in reference to a tow that occurred around June 12th, 2025 from 431 Whitney Street here in Daytona Beach, Florida. This particular vehicle was parked near 431 Whitney Street, which was towed by Volusia County Towing. The operator of that particular rental vehicle went to retrieve the vehicle and was denied access to the vehicle, being told that he is not the registered owner, therefore he is not entitled to retrieve the vehicle. This was also part of the case that had the testimony from the witness from the 10-4 hearing. The reporting party went forth to try and get the vehicle and try to get copies of the rental agreement and authorization to retrieve the vehicle, but yet he was still denied access to the vehicle and denied access to retrieve his personal belongings that were still locked inside the vehicle. He was going to try and be here via Zoom. It does not seem that he is here at this time. This case is also related to case number 17. Since the reporting party, Mr. Ricks, was unable to attend, he provided a written testament to what occurred that he wanted to submit with the record.
And to this case, I wanted just to add, he couldn't be here today, but he was here at that first hearing, and he provided that statement. Well, he had the witness that was here for him.
Yeah. She came forward on
And the written
10/14.
statement. And I just wanted to go over the law that we mentioned at that first hearing, if you recall. I gave you a copy of the statute. I gave you a copy of the statute. There was 2 highlighted portions. We already went over the highlighted portion about the subsection 19, about how they had to provide the extra form of payment. I wanted to go now to the thing about the rental car. So sorry, let me get to that section. I can tell you what section it is. I apologize. I believe I highlighted it in yours, but I didn't highlight it in mine. It is subsection 10, I believe. Yes, subsection 10. Yes, subsection 10. So the city concedes the respondent's point that they cannot release a rental car to a person renting the car solely based on the rental agreement. That is in the statute in this subsection 10. However, this does say 2 things that we wanted to point out that they violated. And again, we're here on city code, but we're just bringing this up because it's a tangential issue to the release of the car that they didn't do. They held the car longer, right? So point 1 is at the top, it says that a towing storage operator must permit vehicle or vessel owners, lien holders, insurance companies, representatives, or their agents, that's the point we're highlighting, or their agents whose interest in the vehicle or vessel is evidenced by any of the documents listed in subsection 17. If you go to subsection 17, one of the listed documents that they have to look and accept is subsection 17 is so subsection 17A6 says a written agreement evidencing that the person is an agent of the vehicle or vessel owner or lien holder. Agent means anyone with the apparent authority to act on that person's behalf. Mr. Ricks and his witness here at the first hearing and through his statement testified that he had an email from the rental company saying that he could act to pick up their car, that showing apparent authority to do that. Actually not apparent authority, it was direct authority that they were giving him as his agent to pick up the car on their behalf, which they refused and they did not release the car. That's point 1. Point 2 is, if you go back to subsection 10, it says that at the middle part of the paragraph, it says the inspection and release of vehicle must be permitted within 1 hour. Actually, that's not it here at the bottom. Let me, here. The bottom. However, a towing storage operator must release to the rental of a rental vehicle or vessel all personal property belonging to the renter, which is not affixed to the rental vehicle or vessel within 1 hour. And that was not done.
Well, it was, because I was there. It was me that released it. So that's lies as well. The guy got all his stuff out of it. And the rental company didn't release the vehicle back to them. They come and picked it up.
We're just going off of the testimony that was provided by our witness.
Okay, so you're presenting testimony that this man wasn't allowed to get his effects out of the rental car in an hour's time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
And you're saying what now? You're saying that didn't
I was
happen?
there when the guy got all his stuff out of his vehicle.
You were there?
Yeah.
You witnessed him getting his materials out of the car?
That's just all the stuff because I asked him for the keys for his vehicle. Normally what we do is for rental vehicles, if the rental company says they're not returning it to the renter, we ask them for the keys and we allow them to get all their stuff out of their car. Because in the past, we've had people jumping in their car and driving through our gate.
Did he give you the keys?
No, he refused to give us the keys.
But you gave him his stuff anyway?
We'll let him get the stuff.
Pardon?
Yeah, we'll let him get his stuff, yeah.
Okay, next.
The other part of this, per his own statement, per Mr. Rick's statement, that he was unable to get his things. The other side of this particular case was that Mr. Ricks was towed, or his rental vehicle was towed from, again, 431 Whitney Street, which they do have a contract with the apartments there with Volusia County Towing. However, at the time of the tow, there was no signs. And when this was reported to me, I personally went out and verified there were no signs posted anywhere on the property that stated that they were for Volusia County Towing or that this was a tow-away zone. I did speak with the management of the apartment complex. They, again, advised they did have a contract with it. However, again, that's not on file with the police department as required by our city ordinance.
There's also a memo that at the very front of this book that outlines each violation and what case helps support each of those violations. I don't know if you have that.
Yes, everyone should have that.
It does.
I tried to break it down. It's kind of the same.
Yeah, she did a great job organizing this, in my opinion.
That's it. And the in regards to the fees, I can attest to what the fees were because Mr. Ricks never received an invoice for that vehicle.
Well, he'll not receive an invoice because he's not the owner.
Okay.
So if he went to the rental company, they'll give him an invoice.
Okay.
Because I believe in that vehicle, it was the Tony Record that come and picked it up, and they would probably took it out to Orlando.
Okay.
They pick it up for the rental companies.
Yeah.
Or some of the rental companies. Yeah.
That's all I have for case 4.
Case 5?
Okay. Case 5 was actually discovered while I was doing my investigation that pertains to Daytona Beach Police Department case number DB2500-12179, was an incident that occurred on August 22nd, 2025 at 12:05 a.m. at 607 North Atlantic Avenue. Volusia County was actually there to tow a vehicle, at which time the owner had returned to the vehicle, and I guess the vehicle had already been hooked up per Volusia County Towing. The tow truck driver stated that the tow fee was $67.50, and then the suspect offered the tow truck driver only $20. When the tow truck driver declined, the suspect then jumped into the vehicle and drove their vehicle off the tow truck. This is a still ongoing investigation with the department as well, since they are a victim. However, this was just a case that was included by their own testimony that they were charging outside the city ordinance fees, which in this case should have only been $25. And again, we're at a location at a property at 607 North Atlantic Avenue where I'm making a reasonable estimation that they had a contract with the company to tow from that property, but I wouldn't know because it's not on file with the police department as required by our city ordinance.
So this is a $67.50 drop fee versus a $25 charge?
Yes, the driver having returned per our city ordinance should have only been charged $25.
I actually have Jalen Ricks if you wanted to hear his testimony. I think he just emailed me that he could log on, but we don't need the testimony, but I just wanted to make make you aware, Shauna, Lieutenant. Would you like me to tell him to log on?
If he has something he wants to be said.
Okay, so I'll forward.
Okay, is the point of this that he was told it was a $67.50 drop charge?
Mr. Ricks was from the case, I believe case 4, sir. He's trying to notify us that he's online now.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Huh? Is he able to log in?
I sent him, let's move on, and if he does jump on, we can, but let's just move on.
Okay. So I guess going back to case tab 5. Again, this was being reported by Volusia County Towing to the Daytona Beach Police Department as they are a victim of damage to their vehicle. This, as I stated, is still an ongoing investigation, so I don't know or want to say more because I don't want to impact the investigation past what I needed for this case.
Okay, so what are we up to, number 6?
Sure. Okay. Case number 6 is being recorded with Daytona Beach Police Department, case number DB 250012743. It's related to an incident that occurred on August 23rd, 2025 at approximately 12:15 a.m. in the area of 816 North Nova Road here in Daytona Beach. The owner parked his vehicle at a location known as Holly Hill Plaza, where Volusia County Towing removed his vehicle. The owner then discovered on August 24th of 2025, that his vehicle was missing from the parking lot. He contacted Volusia County Towing via phone and was advised that the cost was going to be $475. When the reporting party arrived at the tow yard, there was nobody on scene to assist him and nobody was answering the phone per his testimony. Then he had to come back at a later time because he couldn't get a hold of anybody, which was August 25th, 2025. He was finally able to make contact with an employee via telephone, which then he was told the cost was now going to be $644.35, which he then returned to the tow yard on August 25th of 2025 at 4:59 p.m.
And when we're done going through this whole ugly scenario, what he should have been charged was what?
I have to do the math real quick.
Well, there's a problem with this one because we found a call recording. So this gentleman's statement is lies. He called us the day his truck got towed. He said in his statement he was driving around looking for signs. We've got on a call recording saying that it had a bad battery and that he had seen trespass signs. We've got it on a call recording.
Oh, that's for you to bring to the court.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me what the Zoom thing is so I can bring any of my witnesses because nobody's telling me nothing. I can't bring any witnesses because nobody's told me anything.
So the total cost from this tow, with the fee, with the standard tow fee, with the standard or ordinance allowed storage fee for 3 days, and a lien release because it was over the 45, should have come out to $235 plus or minus taxes. When the total overcharge came to $403.50. To just keep a running total from all my cases where I actually have invoices, the current overcharges that we have are totaling now $1,047.
But this vehicle was in the yard for about 3 days.
Yes, I agree. And that's why it has a storage fee for 3 days.
But he should be, he's told a bunch of lies under oath.
That's a discussion we can have at a later time. Right now, we're discussing this.
All right.
What are the lies that he's told?
Because he told he said in his statement that he'd been trying to get a hold of us for two or 3 days, trying to find out where his car was or if we had it. And we've got him on a call recording like an hour after his car got towed at night, basically saying he had a bad battery and that he seen trespass signs up.
Okay, what about the $644 that he's charged?
Well, that I don't know because there's nothing in here showing me what he was charged. We're still waiting on all the information for the police that we're going to get provided.
Did he ultimately get his car back?
Yes.
What did he pay to get it out?
So you said you don't know what he was charged.
No, I don't know.
Do you know that there's a state law requirement that you have to retain these records for 3 years?
Yeah.
So you don't have the record. You're testifying today you don't have the record.
We asked this lady or the police department to provide us all the...
Your invoice.
All the evidence against us. We've not got it.
We did, October 18th.
Well, where's the Where's the receipt?
The receipt is your invoice, sir. You should be able to access it from your
Yeah.
computer.
You're supposed to provide it to us.
That's your invoice.
All right, okay.
Okay, case number
One
6.
bill for one
This
and one
man
for
paid
somebody else.
600.
Oh,
Case number
so,
6.
to clarify, I'm so sorry, Your Honor. It's not in the book because we don't have it.
But you see on
wasn't
all the
provided to
statements
me.
that you've got it.
Yeah, it wasn't provided to me.
Okay.
Okay, did this man pay $644 to get his car back?
He paid, I gotta see the PowerPoint. Actually. He said that he paid somewhere around the lines of $475. The actual tow fee is what's on there. Again, I have to do, can I borrow your phone again?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Hill, plus or minus taxes, paid $638.50 for his vehicle to be relieved from Volusia County Towing, which, again, our ordinances are on the side, which are what would be allowed per that tow. I would like to bring the attention again that we have a lien release fee, which is acceptable after the 48 hours.
Okay, so what is your explanation, Mr. Thompson, for him paying $640 some odd dollars when it should have been, from what I'm hearing, something in the neighborhood of $235?
Right, well, I've not got a copy of the receipt, so I
Well,
can't.
you know, I don't understand your company had the car. They don't release the car until they get paid. So they had to have gotten paid something. So now you had the car, you gave the car up in return for the money. So you've got the money and you're supposed to generate a release. Where is your release?
Well, I'll be in the computer. The person in the office releases it. I don't release it.
Somebody who works for you does.
Yeah, so I'll be on your computer.
Okay, did you bring it down here to show me what,
I
that this
didn't
man
bring
paid
it.
anything other than $644?
I don't know what I paid. I honestly don't know.
All right.
I've not got a
What's
copy
your
of the
next
receipt.
case? Let's start stepping through these things.
Yes,
I've
sir.
heard enough of this.
Yes, sir. Case number 7 is represented by Daytona Beach case number DB 25001831 that involving the reporting party, Miss, I know I'm going to say her name wrong because I've been doing it all day, Quenisha Montgomery. This is an incident that took place on August 31st, 2025, location 1381 North Clyde Morris here in Daytona Beach, Florida. It's in reference to a rental vehicle. The renter had parked her vehicle in her apartment complex's guest parking space because her assigned parking space was under construction. When she returned back to her vehicle, she discovered it was gone. It had been towed by Volusia County Towing. When she attempted to get her vehicle from the tow yard, she was told she was unable to because she was not the registered owner. She tried to get with the apartment complex because there was a misunderstanding that her parking space was under construction, so there was nowhere else for her to park but the guest parking space. As she tried to figure that out, she made contact with Volusia County Towing, asked for an itemized receipt so she could speak to the apartment complex, which they denied and would not give her an itemized receipt. In total, she was ultimately had to call the rental company and say, I can't get the vehicle, you're gonna have to come get it from Volusia County Towing. The rental company ended up charging her $528.50 to get the vehicle from Volusia County Towing. I do also know that that particular apartment complex at 1381 North Clyde Morris does have a contracted agreement with Volusia County Towing to monitor their parking lots, and it is properly posted with signs. However, yet again, they don't have that copy with the Daytona Beach Police Department on file, which is required by our city ordinances.
All right.
And
is this
she
a
is
witness?
Yes.
We call Ms. Montgomery to the stand via Zoom.
Hi, Ms. Montgomery. Can you state your name for the record?
Quenisha Montgomery.
Spell your first name.
Quenisha.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Montgomery. Can you please state your full name for the record, please?
Quenisha Montgomery.
And how are you related to this case?
I'm a victim.
Can you please tell me a little bit about what happened that day? How were you harmed?
I was harmed because I actually lost my job. I had to pay $628 because they towed the car, even though I was told, my property manager called the tow company. They told them that it was a mix-up, that, you know, I would get the car back, but I didn't have to pay anything. So when I went there, I was told that again, I did not have to pay anything. I stayed out there, I want to say over 4 hours, because nobody would talk to me. Like, in the time that I sat there and waited, I actually called the the rental company, so they can come and get the car, which they did. They actually released the car back to me because she told me that this has happened a lot, where they overcharge for the rental cars. I looked it up, the weight and everything, because I was lost. I'm like, I was told I didn't have to pay anything, that it was going to be released to me. I was told to come back the following day because the rental car company did not have a receipt. The only thing they had was Daytona records letting them know that they were charged $528. So I had to pay the $528, an additional $100 to Daytona records to drive the car back to Mason. So they said, come back the next day, I will be able to talk to the owner. I got there the next day. I sat out there for another 2.5 hours. And then I called Holly Hill Police Department because he kept telling me, the guy at the desk said he couldn't get in contact with the owner. But when the police got there, he called them right up. He was like, hey, now Holly Hill Police is here. And he tried to give the police the phone, like, to put to his head, but the police was like, no, I have to record it. He put it on speakerphone. The person that was on the phone called me every kind of liar, MNFer, that he didn't have to give me a receipt. And as I said, like, I'm the one that has to pay for that, not to mention my property owner wanted the receipt because they want to know why I was charged so much as well. I still don't have a receipt. My daughter couldn't go to homecoming because I had to use my rent money and her homecoming money to pay for this car. Not to mention, I had the car because my grandmother had just got taken off of life support. So I couldn't even get my sisters back to Tampa after all of this happened because they overcharged me. And again, I'm still dealing with the fact that I lost so much because a mix-up, and I was told I would not have to pay anything. This was my daughter's first homecoming. She could not do anything, and her feelings are so hurt. That's not right. I called and called and called. I was polite, everything. I got cursed out, and I still do not have the invoice to tell me why everything was as much as it was. That's unfair. And my property owner got rid of them. We use universal towing now.
Well, that's interesting. So do you know anything? Take a second. I know that this is hard. I'm really sorry for what you went through. Do you need a minute? No.
Fine.
Do you know? Do you know anything about why they switched over to universal towing?
Because there was a lot of people having issues with them coming. They will ride in the parking lot all night in tow cars. But if somebody parks in my parking spot and I call them, they will refuse to come tow the car. They only want to take cars that are parked where the person does not know that they parked wrong, or like a guest will come and they'll tow their car. But if somebody parked in your parking lot, they will not come and tow the car. And not to mention all of the overcharges. I watched him tow someone's vehicle one day. It was a Mercedes. And he was moving so fast, he dropped the car off of the truck in front of the complex.
Wow. Well, I just want to thank you for taking the time to testify today. I don't have any further questions, but thank you so much. I'm so sorry for what you had to go through. Stay on, though, in case the respondent has any questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions for this lady?
Yes. So the office, would they tell you to park in guest parking? You've had to park in future residents parking. That was one reason. The other thing is your vehicle was stickered on 2025. Here's the photographs of your vehicle and the sticker. We towed your vehicle on 9/15, so you were warned on the September the 3rd that you get towed if you're back in guest parking, and we didn't tow it to 9:15. And when you were called our office, first thing we tell anyone with a rental vehicle, you need to call your rental company.
Are you contesting the overcharge? Oh, wait. Do you mind
Yeah,
if I redirect my
if
witness? Do you mind if I redirect my witness? I forgot to ask her one question, Your Honor.
Did you have a question, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, well, I was just explaining our vehicle was, she got a warning, no a warning, but a sticker telling her that her vehicle would get towed, and she still kept parking there. That's why it was towed.
Okay, well, we understand it was towed. Now she's gone on to explain that she paid upwards of $628. It took her a couple days and a lot of time
It was
to
only
get her
one day.
vehicle.
Yeah,
It was
but
just one day.
Is that not what I heard?
2 hours.
Pardon?
It was one day. They had the car for 2 hours.
Huh? 2 hours.
In
2
addition,
hours. This was just one day. It wasn't 2 days. They told me to come back the following day because I kept asking for a invoice, a receipt, because we needed to know why we were charged so much. So that's why I came back the following day. They only had this car for up to 2 hours. That's it. And it was not a guest park, like the wrong parking spot. We're allowed to park in guest for 3 times, but not 3 times. Like you park there 3 days, and then you have to park somewhere else. And then you can park there 3 more days. Like you cannot park in one spot for more than 3 days at a time. But the office knew about the incident. That's why the office manager, Miss Kathleen, called him and let him know that the car can be released to me. There was a mix-up with the parking spot that I had purchased, the extra parking spot.
were you allowed to pay with a credit card?
No, ma'am. They told the rental car company they had to pay with cash.
IT, can you put the screen up
She
listing
didn't pick a vehicle up for us.
these are the violations, the ordinance violations that we're alleging. Do you mind going over them again? Because I don't want to get distracted with irrelevant things. We're here for this particular case because these city code violations were violated. He failed to allow her to pay with credit card. He overcharged her. What were the other ones?
That the towing agreement between the apartment complex and the tow company is supposed to be provided to the police department on record, which I do not have.
So let's focus on these. What's your argument to these allegations?
And what about this one? She's saying that you're saying about her paying cash to get it. She didn't pick the vehicle up for us. The toner record picked the vehicle up for us. The toner record pays by check.
And they pay with cash.
No, they didn't pay by check. It's the toner record.
Would you have allowed them to pay with credit card?
Who?
Anyone? Would you have allowed them to pay
Yeah,
with credit card?
some of the tow companies pay with credit cards, some of them pay with check.
Can you explain your sign that says cash only?
So it says cash is only exact change. So if you're paying with cash, you need the exact change because we don't keep change. That's what that's here for.
So you're alleged, can you provide documentation to counter our witness, our countless witness testimony? Can you provide any testimony, any evidence, any documentation to prove that you have received a credit card payment from anyone? Can you do that today?
No. Okay. Because I was trying to get this case changed to a different date, but nobody will talk to us.
We're done with this case if you...
But that doesn't matter because I'm just a nobody. I mean, if I was the toner record, it'd be a completely different situation today.
Yep. We have one last witness.
Did this lady pay 600? Ma'am, did you pay $628 to get your car?
Yes, it was $628, and the only thing the rental car company can give me to show me was my rental agreement, like after everything was paid out to the rental car company, because the rental car company even tried to call to get a receipt. They refused to give them a receipt too. They
Who did you pay your money to?
I paid the money to the rental car company. The rental car company had me come over there. They say, they allow me to take a screenshot of the computer to show that's the amount that they charged them, even though I was told by the property manager I did not have to pay anything.
So the rental car company told you they had to pay $628 to retrieve their vehicle?
They had to pay $528, and additional $100 was tacked on to Daytona Wrecker because they went to pick the car up to make sure nothing was wrong with the car because of the past that I guess Volusia Towing has messing up their vehicles. when they told them.
So the rental car company paid $528. Daytona Wrecker asked for another $100.
Yes.
You paid $628 to whom?
To the rental car company. I paid it to them because they paid for the car. She said that they gave them cash. I don't know anything about a check because I was on the phone with the manager from the rental car company the entire time.
Okay, so as far as case 7 goes, what is the gripe with regard to Volusia Towing?
The violation of city ordinances was the failing to provide a written receipt when requested on the itemized, as well as overcharging when it comes to the fees, not
Okay,
abiding.
those two things I understand.
Yeah, and then not abiding by our ordinance, and then of course the not having a contracted agreement on file with the police department.
Cash, only
Okay.
accepting cash.
Did you ever provide a receipt to the rental car company?
No, we provide the receipt to Daytona Wrecker when they pick the vehicle up.
So you
and
provided a receipt to
provide
Daytona Wrecker?
Yeah,
Did you bring that with you?
yeah, it's here.
Let me see it.
Did you provide that before they paid?
Sorry?
Did you provide that before they paid as required by our city
No,
code?
Daytona Wrecker come to our office to send a driver, they bring a check
Okay,
for the amount.
so it's your testimony that you didn't provide it before they paid. The city has no further questions on that.
Daytona Records said they never got a receipt. They tried to tell me how to actually get the receipt.
Regardless, this doesn't cure the violation because it wasn't done before they paid.
So this receipt is documentary confirmation of the overcharging. Is it not?
If I can look at it, I will see if it meets our ordinances.
Is there any way I could get a copy of the receipt? Because I don't have one, and my property manager wanted one from the actual tow yard.
I'm sure council here will provide you a copy. We'll have one made before it leaves the building.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. This is consistent with the overcharging for the flat rate fee, the labor fee, and lien release fee.
Okay, and what's the date of the receipt?
Date is September 15th.
And who's the receipt to?
Daytona Wrecker.
Okay.
Does it show the way they paid?
So we give the receipt to whoever picks the vehicle up.
Understood.
May I see that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's a copy for the record, correct?
Sorry?
They can keep a copy for the record?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was paid by check.
Okay.
By date.
Not credit card, though.
And it was released to Daytona Record,
Oh.
as you testified.
All the towing companies pay with check.
Is this for the record?
Yes, give it to the
Yeah.
secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that all for me?
Did y'all
Yes.
anyone have any more questions?
The city has
No, sir.
nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You
If-
too.
if you will-
And you ought to be able to contact the city attorney and get a copy of this receipt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, if you'll allow it, the bottom here, Mr. Jay Ricks, he is our witness for case number,
I think it's 4.
case number 4.
Yeah. Case 4.
I just wanted to give him an opportunity, if you would allow it, to
Go
say
right
anything.
ahead.
Sir, can you please be sworn?
State your name.
Jalen Ricks,
Spell your first name.
Jaylen.
And
Last
Rick.
name is Rix.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Ricks. Nice officially meeting you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jalen Ricks.
How are you related to this case?
I was a victim. My car was fully towed, and I wasn't able to retrieve my rental vehicle from the tow yard.
Were you able to retrieve your belongings within 1 hour of making the request to get your belongings?
No, it wasn't within 1 hour, but I do want to make a correction. The witness, my friend that previously came to the previous hearing, she said that I didn't retrieve my belongings, but I actually was able to retrieve my belongings.
But what they were
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Okay. When I first went to the tow yard, it happened at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I went there. I initially called the police, and they told me that I didn't have access to the vehicle because I wasn't the authorized owner. I told them that I had a rental agreement and that I could provide it to them. But it was early in the morning. It was 3 o'clock in the morning at this point. I decided to come back later the next day, and that's when I was led inside of the tow yard by one of the employees, Brian. But before then, the yard manager, Aaron Forsman, he had informed me that, I could not retrieve the vehicle or anything unless I turned over the key. That was the only way I was going to be allowed to retrieve anything. But when I went to the tow yard the next day, the employee, Brian, he wasn't aware of the conversation that happened with the manager, so he unknowingly let me in the tow yard. So I was then able to get my belongings, but before I was able to get out of the gate, the respondent, Mr. Derek Thompson, he pulled up and locked me inside the gate and requested that I turn over the keys to be let out.
So just to answer a quick question, were you able, this whole process of getting your stuff, did it take more than 1 hour?
Yes, it took more than 24 hours.
The city contends that that's a violation of state statute. Do you have anything else you would like to add?
Just to give background, I'm from Daytona Beach, but I was in town visiting for a family reunion. I was visiting a friend. I had backed into the parking spot, and apparently, according to their lease, you're not allowed to back in. But, as a guest, I didn't know that. I could have been in her house for no more than 20 minutes, and I went outside and I noticed my car was gone. I called around, called the police, and then they informed me that Volusia County Towing had the car. I went down there, recorded everything that happened to. I also reported it. I went down to the tow yard, was speaking with the shift leader at the time, the night shift leader, and he was telling me that, once again, I couldn't retrieve my belongings unless I returned over the key because I wasn't the authorized owner. Because of this, I missed time spending with my family. It was very traumatic, and also not even to mention the next day when I did go back and I was false imprisoned in the tow yard by the owner, Mr. Thompson. Once I was able to leave after only calling the police, that was the only time that he let the gate open when I called the police, and he opened the gate with his control. And after we stepped outside of the gate, he then walked up towards me, shoved me. I called the police, reported it. So it's a separate incident, but I did, have to file criminal charges due to that. So overall, it was just a very traumatic incident, and it was very traumatic for me.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that, but I really appreciate you taking the time to come testify today. The city has nothing further, but if the respondent has any questions, he may ask them at this time.
Mr. Thompson, did you want to ask him any questions?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Case 8. Huh? We're in case 8 now.
Yes, case 8. However, to try and summarize the cases, if that's okay with you, Your Honor, I'm just going to tell you what each tab is.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So case 8 is actually, sorry, I'm going to check my notes. Make sure.
IT, could you switch to case 8 on the slide? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. So again, while I was conducting just an check of my computer systems, I actually found 2 cases that are here just for historical value. They weren't reported to me. They were just discovered in the police systems. Again, this is a case where Volusia County Towing was attempting to remove a vehicle from within the city limits of Daytona Beach, where the owner had returned back to the vehicle and tried to overcharge them with a drop fee of $65. When the subject refused to pay the $65, which it should only been a $25 drop fee, the subject then jumped in the car and took off, which is noted by Daytona Beach case number DB240016196. The next case, again, is another historic case, which is under tab 9. It's noted with Daytona Beach case number DB2400161. Nope, sorry. Case 9 is DB25 0001406. Again, this is an incident where a vehicle was towed from 940 North Atlantic Avenue here in Daytona Beach. The vehicle was reclassified as an overweight vehicle and charged the $300 reclassification weight, when in that particular vehicle was actually 7,505 pounds gross weight. And again, the fees at the bottom. Discovered was reported to the police department, not specifically to me, as I started doing this investigation. Case number 10, under tab 10, actually had testimony from Detective Cooper that was involving her brother. She gave testimony on October 14th of 2025. That's just the documentation supporting that. Case number 11.
Well, I've got documentation on this one as well.
Okay.
So the police officer, her problem was because we wouldn't release the car because it was a rental vehicle, and we told them to get in touch with the rental company. So the rental company actually sent us this, but they didn't put any vehicle information in there and the wrong date. Then the rental company sent us this to release the vehicle, and we released it.
Okay. Can you put up on screen the PowerPoint with the alleged violations for this case, case number 10? Are you alleging that you didn't overcharge?
Well, there's nothing in here saying it was overcharged. I didn't see anything saying it was
Are
overcharged.
you alleging that you allowed them to pay with a credit card?
With this specific case, again, it came down to that while they were there on scene trying to get a copy of the receipt, as one would try to figure out how much to pay, they were denied a copy of the receipt, which again came from the testimony from Detective Cooper on 10/14 of 2025, which was the initial hearing.
It's a contract case?
Well, the copy of the receipt would go to the rental
I'm sorry?
company.
We didn't have a copy of this agreement either, right?
No.
And we also, are you alleging that the police department had a copy of the towing agreement that you had with this property? Which of these ordinance violations are you alleging that you didn't commit?
Well, I'm just specifying that as soon as we got the proper paperwork that notarized, we released the vehicle
We're
back
not
to them.
talking about releasing the vehicle. We're talking about these listed violations.
Well, I don't know what all these listed violations
So
are.
violation number 1 is, do you want to go over them?
Well, it's, yeah. The
I didn't even see any prices in here, how much it got released
No.
for.
And again, it wasn't provided to me. All the information that I have has been provided to you, and that's what was included in the booklet that you received at the initial hearing. If you have any questions about invoices and things that what was cost, that again can be referenced in your systems.
We don't have a copy of those. They weren't provided.
They
That's
weren't
why they're not
provided.
in your book.
Correct. They weren't provided to me.
Do you want to go over each of the violations here that you listed? I have a copy of my ordinances book if you need it, but
Yeah,
so that he can, because I want to stay focused to what we're alleging.
Actually, I can reference it. Stand by, because I have it right here.
I've already looked at that. What was the overcharging on case 10?
On case 10, I was told that it was over the 125, and that was from the Detective Cooper. I didn't see the receipt. This is testimony that was provided to me.
Okay, what's your next case?
Okay. Okay, so case number 11 also had testimony from Officer Abate. That was given on 10/14 of the initial hearing. That was reference to working a special detail in our bar district where vehicles were attempted to be moved in the 600 block of Seabreeze Boulevard. There was I guess, 2 vehicles parked on the property being towed by Volusia County Towing. The individuals flagged down the police because they were both told that it would be a $65 drop fee. One party didn't want to contest it, paid the $65, and Volusia County Towing released the vehicle. A female operator on scene told police what was going on. Officer Bate was unable to educate the driver that they are supposed to follow our city ordinance, and the drop fee was only $25, at which point the driver did return the money back to the female driver and released the vehicle out the $25. But there was still that second vehicle that paid the full $65, which is outside our city ordinances. In addition to this incident occurred after it was posted with the cease and desist order to stop violating our city ordinances, which was posted on August 28th of 2025.
Go through each of these violations, because I want to give him a chance to say that he didn't commit these violations, or maybe concede that he did, but section
Well,
number...
it says here that they got their money back.
One driver got their money back. There was 2 drivers on scene. One person did not contest it. They paid the $65 drop fee and drove off. The other driver, the female driver, got her money back. Well, got change back from the 65 to the 25.
Right, so
The ordinance,
the female saying she was charged $62. That's what it says in here. Then it was given back.
it was given back to a refund to the $25 amount was given back, but not to the other driver that was on scene and didn't contest it and just paid the $65, which is outside our city ordinances and again, past posting.
And that goes to the 110-38D. 110-2 is failure to comply with the whole section as a whole. 110-39B is, let me get there.
39B is that you have to have a copy of the agreement on file with the police department from the record, which I do not have.
Which we do not have. And then C is, well, first, that one, do you contest that? That we had a copy of the agreement? Because subsection, so the second point, right? 110-39B says that we, the police department, should have a copy of the agreement between you and the property owner where you towed it. Do we have that? Are you contesting that violation?
Yeah, but
Yes or no?
well, when did this all come around?
Yes
'Cause
or
I
no?
didn't know nothing about it.
Yes or no? Are you contesting that violation? This has been in our code for years. Do we have a copy of that? Are you alleging that we do? Please give us.
I honestly don't know if you'll have a copy because I don't know how that works. I don't deal with that.
Okay, you're the owner of this business, correct?
Yes, but I've got people that
Legally,
abuse-
you have vicarious liability for your whole operation along with your
Okay,
employees.
I've had enough of this. Let me tell you what we're doing. The city is going to provide me a list.
Okay.
And on that list, all I want to know is, was somebody overcharged? If so, what was the amount of the overcharge? In addition to that, I want to know if the customer received a release or if they did not receive a release. And if there are cars that were towed, I keep hearing about agreements with property owners to tow vehicles. And it's the city's contention, he did not have the agreement he needed.
Correct.
I want you to identify those as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I've heard enough testimony regarding the facts and the circumstances. I'm familiar with all that. Now, I'm looking for an itemization of one of the most compelling things I've looked at here the whole day I've been listening to this is the release. Because you've educated me on what it should have cost, and then I can see a release that shows me what was charged. So, I want to know, as to each customer that the city is claiming was overcharged, I just want to know the amount by which they were overcharged. I want to know if they were provided a release. And I want to know if this agreement that you keep talking about, that they're supposed to have with these various property owners, was in place. That's what I want to know. Because as I understand the city's complaint, it is first and foremost overcharging, imposition of this requirement that it be cash only, the absence of releases, and in some instances, the absence of these agreements with property owners to be towing vehicles to begin with. Is that about it?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask for clarification? When you say releases, do you mean the invoice that they have that's itemized?
He keeps calling it a release.
Okay.
Looks like a receipt to me. Maybe I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the one using the word release. Receipt is the word I need to
Receipt,
use, I
okay.
guess, because he keeps calling it a receipt. So, let me try it one more time. All I want is the name of any customers who the city claims were overcharged and the amount by which they were overcharged. I want to know how many of those customers actually received a receipt like they were supposed to. I want to know, I'm assuming all these customers paid in cash, but then I all the customers who paid, anyway. First and foremost, it looks to me as though what we're talking about is overcharging of the customers and the requirement that they pay in cash as opposed to any other method. And I'm trying to synthesize this down to the bottom line here as far as, you know, who was overcharged and who was required to pay cash.
I can do that.
Is that doable?
Yes, sir.
So I want to know who was overcharged, the amount by which they were overcharged, how many of them were required to pay cash, and how many of them weren't provided any receipts for what it was they were being charged.
Can I clarify something for the record? We can provide you a list of whether they were given a receipt, but that's not the violation that we're alleging. A receipt doesn't cure the violation. The violation is, if you will allow me, is that prior to the trespass towing of any vehicle. So this is something that has to be done before they pay, right? This is something that has to happen on the front end. And then it has an enumerated list, one of which is an enumerated list of all fees to be charged to either the property, to be charged, meaning haven't been paid yet, to either the property owner or the vehicle owner or operator. So a receipt doesn't cure it. The question is whether they were given a enumerated list of the fees prior to paying.
Well, I would have to assume they weren't. Otherwise, why in the world would they be paying? Okay. Has there been any testimony from anybody throughout the course of this proceedings to the effect that before they were overcharged, they were provided a list of what the legitimate charges should have been?
No, sir.
I didn't think so.
He's claiming that it was done though, because he's not
Okay.
contesting that.
Whatever. All right. I'm trying to get down to planet Earth here.
Okay.
All right. I want to know who was overcharged. I want to know how much they were overcharged. I want to know which of these people were compelled or required to pay cash before they would get their vehicles back. I want to know how many of them actually got receipts, which I believe they were supposed to get. And then the last thing I need to know is all these other locations at which he was supposed to have agreements before he towed vehicles that you have yet to see.
Okay.
Okay? I want that. And then once I have that, I may give it to him.
Okay.
To say, okay, pal, you got like 2 days to fill in some blanks here. And if you can't fill in those blanks, and that's not to say once I get an explanation, it'll even matter at this point in time, because I'm sure anything he was required to do, he was required to do way back when. And I'm not hearing any testimony to the effect that that was done. But in any event, given the relief you're looking for, given the damages you're looking for, I want to know specifically those matters.
Yes, sir.
Procedurally, I have a question. Are we able to put together this in a memorandum to give to you for an opinion without another hearing, or would you like to have another hearing?
Say that again now.
Are we able to just to write this memo with what you're requesting, provide it to you and the respondent, and get an order without having another hearing? Or would you like to have another
I don't want to have another hearing.
Okay, good. So we'll provide you that memorandum of law.
Okay. The rest of the cases that you have to go, okay. What case were we up to here? Number 11?
I think we were almost 12.
12 through
Ready, going to
17.
13.
Because 11 was the drop fees with Officer Abate.
Yep.
So
And include the drop fees in there. I mean, like, I've made as many notes as I can about what's been overcharged, the drop fees or what have you. From what I can see, you have a litany. You have about a half a dozen different gripes here. Any number of them have different numbers attributable to them. Some are partial payments, some are full payments, some are no payments, whatever it may be. 12 through 17.
Okay.
Tell me about each of them in 25 words or less. All I want to know is what's the violation. I'm particularly interested if the client was overcharged, things of that nature. So go ahead, 12 through 17.
Yes, sir. The receipts that were provided to me, and invoices from Volusia County Towing, show that the car was overpriced or overcharged.
Right.
Also had overcharges for the storage fees as well as
So you've got a
labor fees.
receipt. So for example, number 12, you've got a receipt.
Number 12,
So,
your tab.
again,
got-
I'm so sorry to harp on
So
this.
you've,
Not one there. So that was refunded.
okay, let me explain something here. I'm not trying to hamstring you.
Right.
And I don't want him disproving anything you have to say after the fact by providing information that wasn't provided contemporaneously.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, like, number 12, what's the beef?
Number 12, overcharging the various fees.
What's the proof of the overcharging?
The actual invoice,
The receipt.
the receipt, yes.
Okay, and the customer paid, you know what the customer paid?
The vehicle was released to Daytona Wrecker.
And we know what the customer paid?
Yes. So-
Okay, so you can confirm that the customer paid an overcharged amount?
Yes.
Okay, anything else regarding number 12?
They weren't given.
Well, I've
this-
got one thing.
Don't talk for a minute. Anything else regarding number 12?
They weren't giving a list of the fees to be charged prior to.
Okay, I assume that's a given. All right, what else?
That's it with 12.
Okay, what?
Right, my question is, this person was refunded their money in full on the,
Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to whatever they're going to provide me.
Right,
So
okay.
you don't have to bother doing it now, because I'm really not comfortable with you. Believe it or not, I'm more worried about your rights. I'm worried about rights you got that you're not even aware of.
well,
Okay,
I don't
mean to
I don't
be I don't
understand
mean to
half
sound like a
this.
condescending jerk here, but I know more about your rights than you do.
Yeah,
And you are going to be provided what I'm asking them for. You're going to be given an opportunity to respond, and then I'm going to make a decision.
okay, thank you.
So, 13. What's 13?
13 is a receipt
Okay.
from Volusia County Towing that was issued to Daytona Wrecker, reclassification of a vehicle by gross motor weight, as well as additional storage fees, and that the customer did pay over what they should have been towed.
14?
14 was testimony that was already given on the initial hearing on 10/14 from an ex-employee. That was his picture that he took of overcharging a customer by $1,000, $1,190.
So you're going to provide me those numbers and, great.
Yes, sir.
15?
Yeah, but that's a screenshot.
The invoice is a copy of an invoice that shows that the reporting party overpaid by fees and was had to be notarized to be released to the son of the registered owner.
Okay. 16?
16 is a call that I handled, reference a incident with a rental company owner whose vehicles were towed by Volusia County Towing from our bar district where they were being overcharged, and he was trying to inquire what is going on with that. And this, again, happened after posting.
And 17?
17 is Mr. Ricks's letter that he wanted submitted from the first hearing because he couldn't be here. So that ties to case number 4.
So, as far as the list of violations, I'm trying to figure out how to organize this. As far as what is the list of violations Volusia Towing is being charged with?
I can give you a copy of the memorandum. It should be in your book, but let me give that to you just for ease.
The
It's hole punch in the wrong side. I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize if there's any personal notes on there.
They were the same ordinances I tried to highlight earlier in the PowerPoint as well.
Okay, so it would appear as though the topics of conversation, compliance required, what does that mean?
That's the ordinance that states that any tow that initiates from inside the city or inside the city limits has to conform to our city ordinances.
All right, well, that's easy enough to understand. Acceptable methods of payment, that goes to the cash requirement, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Rates, I understand that.
Yes, sir.
Prerequisites for towing from private property, those are your agreements.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so I have 3 topics of conversation here that I can at least manage.
There's one that I think my copy wasn't the final copy that should have been in the final copy, which was 110-39A, which was about the enumerated list of fees prior.
Which was about what now?
So 110-39A6 was about the enumerated list of all fees to be charged.
That was not on here.
It was on the list, it should have been.
Yes, it should have been, but it's not on this list.
But it's on the PowerPoint, so.
It just falls under 110-39. And
So, just trying to think out loud here. I guess I should perhaps, well, let me try it this way. Well, wasn't he required to provide a receipt?
yes,
Is that in this?
No, because that's not an allegation that we're bringing forth today. We're only bringing up forth the 110-39A subsection 6 that he didn't give this list prior to paying.
He didn't give the statutory list.
The code, statutory, we're not bringing in state statute today.
it's also under 110-39 subsection H.
H, yes.
So is he required to provide a receipt or not?
He is required to provide a written bill of charges upon request.
Yes.
Upon request.
Upon request.
Yes, subsection H, correct.
What
Is
kid?
that in the PowerPoint?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so is A.
It's in PowerPoint. No.
PowerPoint, yeah, PowerPoint. Good.
Okay, here's what I guess I'm going to do. As I understand the violations, there are basically 4 charges that are being raised here regarding acceptable methods of payment. From what I understand that's the city's allegation that these folks are being forced to pay cash.
Yes, sir.
The rates, okay, I understand rates, and it looks as though the relevance of the receipts would be the receipts when compared to the rates permitted by ordinance are different. So
Yes.
that's as much as we need to know there. And if you can compute as to each of the cases you have, what should have been charged, what versus what was charged, that would be helpful. And we go to 11039A, which is you should have provided a list of the permissible rates as provided by ordinance. Okay, fine. And then B,
The agreement.
the agreement it would have with whatever vendors are out there. So for each of these 17 cases, All you need to do is address 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Okay? So case number 1, acceptable method of payment. These folks report to pay cash. Okay. 1B, rates. Oh, here's the statutory rates. Here's the receipt. They were overcharged this. Perfect. All I need to know there. 11039A, wasn't provided the permitted rates as approved by the city ordinances. Okay, I'm assuming that's probably a given throughout all of them. May or may not be the case, you let me know. And then finally, the agreement with whoever the property owners are. Now, before I leave you all and require you to do that, if you want to put that in a memorandum form, that's fine.
Okay.
Before I make a decision, I'm probably going to provide it to him, and I'm going to say, give me a response. And I may go through it and say, specifically, I'd like to know about this, 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 and this. Or if you got any explanation as to why you're not at fault for what you're going to see in the document I'm asking them to prepare, that'll be your opportunity to do it. If I need another hearing, I'll let everybody know, but I'm here to tell you I don't want another hearing on this.
Okay.
So, that's what we'll do. How long will it take y'all to get it to me?
I'll have it to you before the end of the week.
Okay.
So could we?
Well, I'm going to lighten your load because I've got a trial next week. So if you can get it to me by, say, next Thursday or Friday,
pull up a
not this coming Thursday or Friday,
Next one.
the following Thursday or Friday after that, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to find some way to get it to Mr. Thompson.
Can I suggest?
And then we're going to go from there. Now, before I leave here, let me give you your pages back. What is the significance of the agreement with these? You've lost me. What's the big deal?
It's to be able to say what companies are allowed to do what on what property. It allows the agency, police agency, to have a record that this company is allowed to come and do these actions on their behalf.
And how does this work? These people enter into an agreement with a towing company that allows the towing company to come on their property and haul off cars that they think look squirrely?
Yes.
So standard practice throughout the state is that towing companies and private property owners enter a contract. That contract is provided to law enforcement so law enforcement can ensure compliance with state law and city code. That's why we want the copy. It should say the rates, when they're towing, and so forth.
Well, some things mean more to me to others, and that doesn't. But I need to know it anyway, because I'm learning about it now. Folks getting overcharged, folks getting harassed, folks getting cussed at, folks having to wait around, folks having to come back, folks having to go through all that kind of stuff. That's first and foremost in my mind. Every one of these accusations is serious. I'll deal with every one of them. Don't worry about that. I'm only mouthing off here so that you know the things that you can focus on. Because it's looking to me like they're accusing you of overcharging customers and harassing them along the way. And the reason I mention that to you is you might want to focus your attention to whatever defense you have in that regard, because they are looking for a serious finding against you, and they're looking for a serious fine against you. That's now bringing me to the last thing I want to talk about. What is the relief that's being sought here by the city?
We're seeking fines at $60,000. So the maximum.
How much?
$60,000. It's $15,000 for each code section violation, and there's 4.
Why isn't it $15,000 for every violation every time they did this?
We could, but that would be.
In the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars, yes.
I suspect he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We do, and these are just the cases we know of.
All right, well, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just asking questions. Okay, so today is what? What's
The 11th, Tuesday the 11th.
This Tuesday? Well, so anyway,
I hate to interrupt, but maybe I can help clear up this timeline. So what we're requesting is a deadline for us of November 20th. In that, on November 20th, I will email the secretary and CC the respondent our response, considering that an e-service of types. And then we would like his response in the same format by December 14th. It would give us 2 weeks and give him 2 weeks.
I'm going to give you 2 weeks. I'm going to give him 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Okay, that would be December.
You got a
let's see.
police department and a legal firm doing your side of the business.
We have no objection.
I'm going to give him additional time to figure it out.
That would be December 11th.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I just want to, again, on the
You
record.
understand?
Yes, sir.
On the record, I just wanted to say that any communications about this case to the secretary should include all parties as CC'd. We won't communicate with you without including the respondent, and we ask the same courtesy in return.
And if you want to attach anything, if you find it easier to just copy these receipts and attach them, have at it. That's fine. And I'm telling you the same. If you got documents, you say, well, I want this guy to see this. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because my point is they're going to generate something within 2 weeks. You're going to get it, I'm going to get it. You'll have 3 weeks to file some kind of a response to it. And if you want to staple a bunch of documents to it that you want me to see, make your copies and staple them to them and I'll look at them.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Because they're looking for some serious findings. They're looking for a serious fine. They're talking about subjecting you to a serious fine. And so I'm taking everything about this seriously. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Very good. I'll hear from you folks in 2 weeks. And you'll have 3 weeks to work on it after that. Then I'll hear from you.
Yeah.
And then if I'm going to need more hearing time, we'll get more hearing time. If I don't, I'll be issuing an order. Okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm not doing any order today other than telling the city to prepare a memorandum of proposed findings of fact that they would have me take into consideration in formulating an order, summarizing the accusations the way we've discussed, the way I've discussed. I hope I've kind of clarified for you what I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
And then this gentleman is going to have an opportunity to prepare a written response. And I'm telling both of you, you're welcome to attach whatever you want me to read within reason. Don't go attaching the Daytona Beach city ordinances. I don't want, but in any event. And then, so he'll have 3 weeks from the delivery of the city's memorandum. He'll have 3 weeks to respond. And then once I have his response, I'll be reviewing these matters and issuing an order. And I understand that the relief the city is looking for is a finding that the damage done was, what's the buzzwords? Irreparable and
Irreversible.
irreversible. So you're looking for a finding of fact as to whether that is the case. And if I make that finding of fact, then with regard to the violations, I'll determine what has in fact been violated and what, if any, fine is going to be imposed if it comes to that. 10-4?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, good luck.
Thank you.
Give him my card.
Yeah.